Hello my friend, from this video, we are going to make the website like the online shopping mall. So we will carry the travel products. Without further ado, I'm going to let you see what kind of application we are going to make. As you have just seen this demo video, we are going to deal with lots of features. And to make this application, we are going to use the Mern stacks. So backend for the Node, and then front end for the React, and database for the MongoDB. Use the Redux for the managing state. So from our next video, we are going to really make this application. I hope you really like it, and thank you for watching this video, and see you in our next video. Thank you. Hello my friends. In this section, we are going to make entire layout by using Stack boilerplate I made before. The reason why I use the boilerplate is if we start from the very scratch, honestly it will take so long time to build the whole application. And I just want to focus on this project unique features. So that's why I will use the boilerplate. But if you want to know more about the basic feature too, I have already made the lectures for boilerplate. So if you come to my YouTube channel, you see a lot of videos for boilerplate I've made. And then we will also connect our MongoDB database into our application. These two things are the things that we are gonna do in this video. So first we go to the boilerplate repository. So I'm going to leave the URL below so you can come in here with that URL. So you can download this file or you can just clone it. So I'm going to download this one, download zip. You can save this repository in the folder you want to save. So I'm going to save it, and then I'm going to open it in here. I get this one. This name will be boilerplate Stack master. So first you can change the name. For me, I'm going to say React YouTube app. And then I'm going to turn on the editors. I really like the Visual Studio Code. And then I drag the file I downloaded inside the editor. And then I make it bigger to let you see more easily. There are some processes we need to do to run these applications. So first we need to do npm install. The reason why we need to do npm install is if we see in here package.json, there are some dependencies we already downloaded in the server part. So to download these dependencies, that we need to do npm install. So click it, So if you finish it, or if you see the client and then package.json, there are also dependencies that we need to download for the client part. Clear. And first we need to go to client part, cd client, and then we need to do npm insert again as well. So now we've finished downloading dependencies for the server and the client part. So there is one more thing that we need to do is that we have the MongoDB. So we are going to use the MongoDB for our database. So we need to connect that database into our application. So to do that, so if you come in here, config and that key and production. So first we need to make the file named dev.js. Dev means development and prod means production. So if we are developing our application in development mode, so we are going to use this one. So if we run our application in production mode, we are going to use this one. So Mongo URI. So in here, we need to write this one, module exports and Mongo URI. We have this one, copy and paste it, and so in here we need to bring some secret key from the MongoDB. So first to get this secret key, so first we need to go to MongoDB website. We flip over to web browsers and we need to type MongoDB DB and click this one to go inside MongoDB. And so if you don't have an account for the MongoDB, you can just click the try free. So the signing up the MongoDB is really straightforward, so I'm not gonna do it by myself. So if you don't signing up this MongoDB, so you can just sign in. So if you come in here, first thing you need to do is you need to build a new cluster. So we will click it. I'm going to just choose AWS. There we are going to use the free tier, so don't worry about paying something. So to use the free tier, so you're going to choose the one which has this free tier tag. So I live in the Seoul, but Seoul doesn't have free tier, so I'm going to click the Singapore, where is the closest to Seoul. So for your case, depending on where you live, you can just click just the ones with the free tier tab. And then we're gonna just click this create cluster. And then you can just click in, and I already have it, so I'm not going forward from here. So I'm going back. And so in here, after making it, so you need to come in here, database access. So in here, so we need to make MongoDB user. So we need to click the add new user. So in here, we need to type a user name. So I'm going to type the J1. In here, we need to type the password. So I'm going to type just anything. But in here, I want you to remember the name and the password, because we need to write these two variables in here. So that's why you need to remember it. And then after typing these two, so we can just click the add user. I already have this name, so I type in like this, add user. So after making our MongoDB user here, so we click the cluster. So now we need to click this connect button. And then in here, we can click connect your application, this one. And in here, we need to copy this one. So we copy it, and then we just need to paste it in here. So if you see in here, you can see the username and the password. So in here, so you can just put the username you just made and then the password. So for me, J1 on and for password, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then you can just save it. So now we did everything for running this MongoDB application. Now we are going to run this application by typing. First, we need to go back to our server directory. To do that, cd dot dot, and then in here we can just type npm run dev. So if you have this kind of error, address already in use the 5000, that means the other server already is running on the 5000 port. So because we are using the 5000 port for the server, if you see in here, and then if we go down, so our application is listening to 5000 port in the development mode. So we are going to first kill that server that is running 5000 by typing pkill and node, and then we are going to type npm run dev again to run our application. So this is our starter point for our YouTube clone. So if I first briefly explain about this starter point, so we already have a sign up feature and then sign in feature. So this feature include the JWT web token, and if we see our code in here, even the Redux, the state management part is also already included in here in the src, action, and reducer. But we are not going to use the reducer a lot. We're going to use the reducer for only user data state. So if we come in here and if we just turn on our Redux extensions, so in here you can see the user's data. We didn't log in yet, so that's why is authentication force an error. But if we log in, so log in here, so I already signed up with this user account. After signing in, if I turn on the Redux extensions, so we can see is us changed into true, and then user's ID and user's email and name, a ROR, and image is included in the Redux container. Even the login success is true because of login. So if you don't know about the Redux yet, it actually doesn't matter. Just that we are not going to use the Redux a lot. We come back in here. So from here, we're going to really make the website. So I hope it will be really helpful for you. And thank you for watching this video, and see you later. Thank you. Hello, my friends. In our last section, we used a boilerplate to start our application. So in these sections, we are going to make this upload product page. So to make this page, first, we will create an empty upload page. We just make this empty page. After that, we will create upload page route. Without route, we cannot come inside this page. So after that, we will make the create upload page header tab. Header tab is this one, just this one. So by clicking this one, we can come inside in here. So if we are in here, if we click it, so we can come in here. After that, so we will make all the form except for the drop zone. So drop zone is this part. So we are going to make this part in our next video. So without this one, we are going to make this title and description, this part. After that, so we will make an unchanged function for all the inputs. So without the unchanged function, we cannot type anything in here. The reason why we can type like this is that we have the unchanged function. So first we will make this create on empty upload page. So first we go to our text editor. So in here, so first I want to turn on our application by typing npm run dev. So now we are in the starter point. So first we need to make this empty upload page. So we come in here, and then inside the source folder, and then components folder, and inside the view folders, we need to make the folder named upload product page. And inside this folder we just made, we will also make the file name upload product page and JavaScript. So we are going to make the functional component in here. So to do that, we can type out fce So it will make this functional component automatically. So to use like this, so we need to download this one, ES7 React Redux grep, create this extension. If you download this one, you can just do it like this so easily. So after that, so we need to make the route for this upload page. So we go to app.js in here. So we will import the page upload product page from views upload product page, and we just copy and paste this one and copy and paste it. And not anyone can go inside this upload page, only logged in user can go inside this page, so we need to change this one into true. So, and this path will be the product and upload. So now we finish making our route for this upload product page, and then we need to make this header tab, just this one. So we go to right menu here, inside in here, we copy this one and paste it. It will be the upload and upload, and this one needs to be the href here. This one is product upload, because we just use the path in here product upload, so we need to use this one for the path to come inside this page. So we just save it and we come back to our application here. So you see here we can see this upload header tab we just made. If we go inside in here, so I'm going to just type this one in here. We can see this upload product page. So now what we need to do now is to make all the form except for the drop zone. So we will make this form, title, description, and price, and this select and option, and then submit button. We need to make them. So come back to our text editor in here. So now we come back to our application. So now we can see this one, like this. Now we need to make this title. So now we made all the template, and then I'm going to just save and go back to our application. So here, so styling is really ugly right now, but anyway, we made it. So first what we need to do is to make the unchanged function for all the inputs, or like this one and this one, because even though we want to type something, nothing changed. So first for this title input, first we need to, I can just give this one on title change. So const on title change. So we need to get the event when clicking or when typing something in here. So we need a value state in here. We will get the user state. So the name will be just title value, and then initial state will be just string. It comes from the React, and we put this one in here, and we change whenever we type something inside this input event, current target and value will be just this one. Save it, and then we go back to our application. So if we try to type something, we can type it right now because we have this onChange function in here, on title change. So this time it's for the description, so we make the on description change, and we also need to make in here const. We need to get the state first. Use state description value. So we put this one in here like this one, and then this in your state will be the string as well, and set description value in here, and we get this event. So event and current target and value again. So if we come back in here, so type something for the description, it works. Now it's for the price. So scroll down, and in here, so on price change in here, const. We need to make one more state for the price. Use state price value, but this one is the different from the other ones because it will be start from the 0 because the price needs to be the number. So price number goes here, and then we need to use set price value for this one. So now we can just type some number in here, 2 or 3, like this. And the other one is, if you come in here, so there is the continents counts like Africa or Europe or Asia. So we need to have this value for the select and options. So in here, I'm going to just type the continents counts, continents. So key, one, and value, and Africa. So we need to type everything in here, but if I type all of them, it's too long time, so I'm just going to copy and paste it here. Inside is select, like this, continent and map and item. We copy this one and paste it. Key will be just item key. Item key is this one, 1, 2, 3, 4, and key value will be item the key again. And then in here we're just going to type item and then value will be this name of the continent, Africa or Europe or Asia. Okay, I need to change this one into this one. So I'm going to just save it and then begin here, so you can see this one like this. But we still need to make a onChange function for this select as we did for this input. So onChange and on continent select change and const. So even in here we need a state, so the name will be continent value. So first, the initial state for this continent value is, first it will be just Africa, but Africa's the value is just key 1. This is 1 because if we scroll down, this value is item key, so not this one. So this one is just a key number 1. So put this one in here, and then we just like this and bring the event in here, event and current target and value again. So now we save it. So now we made all the form and then unchange function. So lastly, I just want to change this styling into this one. So I'm going to use the entity design for this styling to make it faster. So bring the entity design like this. First. So we put this title in here. For the button, we replace just normal button with this one right now, and then form to replace the normal form with the entity design form. For the styling, this one is just the first styling, not for the function at all. And for the text area here, and lastly for the input and input. Yeah, okay, I save it and come back to our application. So now it looks way better, right? So thank you for watching this video, and in our next section we will make this drop-down part for the images. So see you in our next video. Thank you. Hello my friends. In our last sections that we made this form part, title and descriptions, but we didn't make this drop-down parts. So in here we can just upload the images. So not just the one images, we can upload the multiple images. So if I click this one, and then if I click one more, maybe this one, so we can have two, and we can just one more image in here. In addition to uploading the videos, we can also delete the image by clicking. So if we click this image, that one is deleted from this list. So I'm going to just do it like that, and then click again to delete it. So this is the one we are going to make. So we are going to make the one component only for this one, and then we will bring that component inside this file. So this is what we are going to do today. So to make this one, first we need to create a file, upload the file inside a util folder, and then we need to download this drop-down dependency. So by typing npm install react drop-down, we will make a template for this file upload component, which is just this part, like this template. And then we will make a onDrop functions. So when we click this one, and if we just choose any of the image like this, so we need to trigger this onDrop function. So that's why we need to make. And lastly, we also need to make onDelete function. So if we click any of the image in here, then we can delete it. So that's why we need to make this onDelete function. So first we go back to our text editor in here. So first I will turn on our application npm run dev. So now we are inside our applications. So first we need to make the file, name the file upload inside a util folder. We don't have a util folder yet, so need to make the util folder. The reason why we need to make the util folder is, so we are going to just use this file upload component in so many pages, not just in the upload page. So sometimes we can just use that one inside any other page. So that's why we put this component inside the util page instead of this specific upload product page. So inside the util page, I will make the file named file upload and JS. As we did before, I type ifce for the functional component. I'm just going to import this component from this upload product page. So in here, first import it from here. Import file upload from util file upload. So by doing like this, we go back to our applications here. So now we can see file upload, this one, because we type it like this, file upload. So next thing we need to do is the install dropzone dependencies by typing npm install react dropzone. So come back in here, turn on terminal. So first we need to actually turn off the server. After downloading this dependency, if we want to use it, we actually need to turn on the server again. So first we need to turn off the server, and then first we need to go to the cd client directory because it's for the React dependency. So in here npm install react dropzone save. So now we downloaded our dependency for dropzone. So we go back to our root directory and then npm run dev to turn on our application again. So now what we need to do is to make the template for file upload components. So we come to this file upload component and make the template. So now we are going to save it and come back to our application. So now we have like this. So now also we need to make this part. So now we made all the templates. So now it's time to make the undrop functions. So undrop function will be triggered when we click any of the image in here, but we don't have the undrop function yet, so that's why nothing happened in here. So in here undrop and const undrop const. So we are going to get the files. So when we click this one, this file we get in here. So when we send the files into the backend servers, so we need to use the form data. So form data, we make the instance for the form data and const config. So I'm going to let you know why we need this one. Content type Mern part form data append files. The reason why we need this config is when we do the HTTP request to our backend, like Axios and then post, we will write the path for that API. It will be product and upload image. So when we just send this request, we actually need to put this config inside in here. So we are not gonna have any error when sending this one. We also need to put this form data. So what we are doing here is when we click any of the just the image in here, so we need to save the image we chose inside the Node server. So the image, this one, I clicked it, has to be inside this Node server. It needs to be saved inside Node server. So to do this, we need to do this HTTP request. After that, we do response and data and success and else alert the fail to save the image in server. So if you don't know what we are doing right now, just I hope you bear that feeling, because we are going to do this kind of process so many times in this project, so you will know what we are doing even though you don't know right now. So please bear with the feeling. So we need to make this API even inside the Node server, but we don't have right now this product controller. So inside it route folder, we need to make the product.js, and in here, so we are going to bring all of the code from users to products. So in here, I'm just going to delete all of the unnecessary part. So it's for the product. We also need to add one more line inside the index.js in here. Not just the user, this will be the product, because we are using API product, so it also needs to be the product. And this routes slash products. First, when we just send this request API product, so it comes to this index.js, so it will find this line, and this line will route this request into the routes.product file. So routes and product file, so it will find this last path, which is the upload image. So we need to put that upload image in here, and that was the post request, so we need to change that one as a post. So we need to delete this part because we are not going to use it. So in here, what we need to do is if we send the image in here, so we will get that image inside in here. After getting that image from client, so we need to save it inside Node server. To do like this, we need to download the Mern library. So to do that, we need to do npm install Mern and save. So now we download it, so we need to import that one, Mern, require Mern. And to use this Mern, I'm just going to bring some code from the other text editor because I want to make it faster. So I've used this Mern so many times in our last project, project. I hope you already know how to use this Mern. But for those who never used this Mern, I'm just going to explain it really briefly. So this destination part will be where we want to save our image file or video file or anything. So we can just say just upload. That means, so we can just make the upload folder in here. So all of the file we want to save will be just come inside this folder. And this file name will be how we will name the file. So for example, for the date now, like this. This one is for the date, and then this one, and then file name will be like hello, and then png like this. So this one will be the file name, and then file filter is, if you see in here, if the file's extension is not JPG and the PNG, you cannot save it. So if you want to put just the MP4 in here, you can just do like this, extend MP4. So you can also upload the MP4 file in here. But I only want to upload the images in here, so I need to exclude this MP4. So I save it, and in here I put this option inside in here, and then I bring this upload and put it in here, and I need to call the callback function request and response and error. If we get error, return response in JSON, success first, error, and if it was successful, response JSON, success, true, and image, pass request and file and pass, and the file name will be response and request and file name. So what we are doing right now is, if we were successfully save the image inside this upload folder, we want to give this information into the front end. So we need to send this file name information and this image path information into the front end. So we go back to our file upload in here. So after being successful, like success true, so here success true, we will send this information. So we will get that information in here. But first we need to have a state to put that information. So use a state. The name will be images. So initial state will be the arrow, because we are not going to just save one image. We are going to save more than one image. So that's why we need to use this array as an initial state. So set image in here, response and data, and name was the image. So image. But actually we need to save more than one image. So if we just like this, we can only save only one image. So we need to change this one into like this one. So we first get our previous image put in here, and then we can get our new image in here. So after doing this, there is one more thing we need to do. That is, we need to update this image information into our parent component, because if we come up, inside in here we need to just manage our image information. So getting all of the image information, and then when we need to click this submit, we will send all of the information together into the backend. So that's why we need to manage this image information inside this parent component. So lastly, we need to just update this image information into the parent component. To do that, we need to give the props for the file upload. There will be a refresh function. So there will be update image. So we make this one const update image and new image, and like this, and then set image in here and new image. This one needs to be this array again. Come back to file upload. So we need to use the props, and then the one was the refresh function. So here refresh function, and we can just put the same thing in here, and we need to put these props in here. So now we are going to really save the image, npm run dev, and then we are going to click any of the image, maybe this one, and we go back to our text editor. Okay, there is some error. The path of undefined. Okay, I think the cause is maybe I didn't write this one. A multiple would be just false, because we want to just upload the one file at once, and the max size will be just really big, like this. Then I'm going to save the image again, like this, and if we go to the upload further, we will see, yeah, we have this image right now. So upload it successfully. So I want to do console log in here, this update image. So to see that the information about the image we just uploaded to come to the our parent component really well or not. So I need to print out this new image in the console. So I need to just upload this one, and you see this. So we can have this files path but where it is saved. So we got it really well. So now what we need to do is to make this onDelete function, but we already spent too much time. So that's why I think I need to pause this video. So see you in our next video. Thank you. Hello my friend. In our last video, so we uploaded this image by clicking like this inside the node server. So after this, we also needed to make this delete onDelete function, but we spent too much time to upload the image, so we didn't do that. So now it's time to make this onDelete function. But before doing it, so after uploading this image, I want that image displayed in here. So first I will make that one. So come back to our text editor. In here, so we put all of the images, the path inside the image state in here. So bring this image state in here. So we will do map because this image state consists of this array. So we can do map and image and index just like this. And src maybe http localhost 5000 and this image and art product image index. It needs to go out of here, and then we also need to style for this image. It will be min width 300 and width 300 px and height will be 240 px. So then save it and save it. Come in here. I'm going to upload the image. This one. Now maybe there is some error. Okay. We need to give the slash in here. So I'm going to do it again. So now we can see this image. So I'm going to upload one more. So we can see this image. But styling is a little bit weird because this one needs to be pixel, not just p. So come back in here. So I'm going to upload it again. This one and this one. Okay, it's perfect right now. So what we need to do is that when we click this one, we can just delete this image in this list. So we give this onDelete function delete, and we need to make this onDelete function appear. So the way how we will delete this image is inside this state array, this one will be index 0 and this one will be index 1. So when we click this one, we know this one is index 1. So we will delete just the index 1 image inside this image state. That is what we will do for this onDelete function. So we need to put this image information inside in here like this, and then we will get this one as a parameter here, and we will get this targeted images index by doing like this current index images this state. Inside this state we will do index of an image like this. But in case if you don't know about this index of this, if we come back in here, so I'm going to make just a const let hello and 1 2 3 like this, and then hello and index of 3. So we get this index 2 because it starts from index 0, index 1, index 2. If we want to know this one number's index is index of and 1. So we get this index 0. So that's what we are doing right in here. So we get the current index by using index of, and then new images. We actually don't have to change this state directly, so that's why we put all of the images information in here, and then we will change these new images. So we will do like this: splice current index and 1. So what this does is, if we come back in here, we have this array. So if I do hello and splice, and if I want to just delete this one, so this one's index is 0 1, so 1, and just start from this one. So how many things you will delete? So just only one thing, this one. So if I do like that, and then if I just type hello again, this 2 value has already gone because by using this splice. So if I want to delete this 3 one, I can also do like this: hello and splice, and this index is 1, and I want to delete only one thing. Start from here, so 1, and if I type hello again, inside this hello only one value stays in here. So that's what we are doing in here. So we already delete the targeted image inside this state. So we have new image state in here. So we need to change. So we need to put this one like this. And then we also need to update this new image state into the parent component by using this one. So this time it will be just new image. So I'm going to save it and come back to our application, and I will upload it, and I will upload one more. So I will click it. So yeah, delete it really well. So thank you for watching this video, and in our next sections we are going to make this onSubmit function when we click this submit button. So see you in our next video. Thank you. Hello my friends, we've done a lot of things for this upload product page. So now it's time to complete this page. So by making this onSubmit function, but when we click this onSubmit function, we will just send all of the data we put in here into the database. But we didn't even make the product model. So first, we need to make the product model. Inside the product model, there are lots of fields we need to fill. So first we will make the product model, and then we will go to step 4 because we already finished this step 2 and 3. So we will make the onSubmit function, and we will just submit all information into the server, and we will save them inside the MongoDB. So first we will make this product model. So go to our text editor in here and scroll down. Inside the models folders, we will make the file names the pro.js, and we will bring all of the codes from the user models and delete every unnecessary code here. And we need to rename the schema as a pro.schema and change this one and pro. And we don't need to have these dependencies. We also need to delete these fields that belong to user model. So first we need to add the fields in here: writer, type will be schema and types and object ID, but we don't have schema that comes from, so we need to bring the schema from the mongoose and schema, and then the ref will be the user. The reason why we put like this is, so if we just have this rider's ID, we can go to the user model and we can bring all the information about this user by putting like this ref user. After this, title type will be the string, and max length will be just the 50, and next one is the description, and type will be string again, and price type will be number, and default one is the 0 because the price starts from the 0, and we also need to have images. The type needs to be the array because we are not going to just save only one image, so we can save more than one images. That's why we need to set the type as an array, and default will be just array like this, and continent type will be number. The reason why we need to give this type as a number is if we come to here, so rather than we put this value inside a continent value, we put this number key value in here. So that's why it will be number 1 or number 2, number 3. Default one is the 1 because it starts from key 1, and initial state is 1 for this continent value. So sort, so how many this product is sold, type number, and max length will be just 100. So we only have 100 available, so default will be 0 because at the first time we didn't sell anything, so it starts from the 0. And maybe we can have the views, and type will be number again, and default 0. And lastly, inside in here we need to put the timestamp, so automatically we will know that created at and updated at information. Now that's it for the product model. So the next step will be make unsubmit functions. We go to our text editor and then upload product page. Here and click on submit. For this one too, unsubmit, and make this unsubmit function appear. And we need to have event, and we need to get event and prevent default. And we need to do HTTP request in here by using the Axios, and this will be post request, and the path will be API product and upload product. And we need to put lots of properties like these values. So variables, we define the variables in here. So if we go to product model, so there are the fields we need to fill. So first, glider information. This can come from the Redux information. So if we come back to our applications, if we turn up like Redux extension, in here there is a user information like this, the login users information. So login users ID and email and name and image. So we can bring the riders information from the Redux, so props and users and user data and ID. Okay, put the props in here, and then the title Title comes from this title value, and then the description, and description value, and price, maybe price value right in here, price value, and images. So images in here. We also need continents information. It comes from this continent value state. So these are all the things we need to send into the server. So after to do this HTTP request, we will get some response from the backend. So if response and data and success, we do something and else alert and fail to upload product. And we need to make this API inside the product controller. So go to product route, and in here copy and paste it, and copy this one and paste it in here. So delete unnecessary parts, and the things we need to do is to save all the data that we got from the client into the database. So we need to use we made this the product model, so we need to bring the product model inside the product controller. So product and model slash product, and we put this model in here, and inside this model we put all the data by using request and body. So inside this request body, we have all of the data we send from this front end. So it has a writer information, title, description, all the data now inside the request body. So we put all the information inside the product collection. So new const product. So product and save. And we will call the callback function error and product. Maybe we don't need this one. Also, if we have error, return response and status 400, and JSON and success false because we have error, and we also send the error in here. But if it was successful, response and status 200, and JSON and success true. So this is all for this upload product API. So we go back to our upload product page, and so after being successful, so what we need to do is we can just say product successfully uploaded, and then so if we successfully upload this one, we want to move the page into maybe here. So what we need to do in here is the props and history and push, and like this. After alert this one, yeah, we will move this page into this location. That's what we will do after being successful for this upload product. So we go back to our application and we will really try it. First, just upload some image like this, and then type test and test. And price will be just 20, and Europe, and submit. Product successfully uploaded, and then okay, and we come to this landing page. So it was so successful. Thank you for watching this video, and see you in our next section. Thank you. Hello my friends. In our last section, we completed this upload product page. So now it's time to make this landing page. So there are a lot of things we need to do, like this the filter feature, then search feature, and the load more feature. So I think it will take really long time to finish this landing page. But anyway, Before starting making this page, there's one more thing we need to do in here. When we clicking this submit button, if we didn't fill all of the field, so we need to have this alerts. But actually we didn't make it like this in our last video, so we need to make it like that in our application. So we come back in here. So before doing this HTTP request, we need to do something is if uh, this value is the empty like this, and or this description value is empty, or price value is empty, or product and continental value is empty, and then there is no information inside the image state like this. We just need to alert fill or the fill first, and like this. So now it's time to make our landing page. So to make this landing page, first we will make a empty landing page and fetch all the product data from MongoDB. So after uploading all of the products in here, so we come in here, we need to fetch the data we uploaded inside the upload page. So that's what we need to do for this step 2. After that, we will create the landing page template. Just make template like this by using the enter design, and we will display product list in the landing page. So first we will make empty landing page. So go to our text editor and then go to landing page. So first I will run our application by typing npm run dev. So now we need to change this page into this one. So come in here, we are going to delete this one, and fetch all the product data from MongoDB. And we will use the Axios, and to the post request, the location will be API and product and get products. And we also need to put the variable in here, but we will put it later. And then in response, and if response and data and success, we do something. If it was a failed, so alert and fail to fetch product data. So, and we will make this API inside a product controller. So go to product, browse in here, copy and paste it, delete all the unnecessary parts, and we first need the product models in here, and in here find, we will bring all of the information inside the product collection. So, and we will also call the error and products callback in here. So if we got the error, return response status 400 and JSON success false and error, and then return, and if it was successful and response status 200 and JSON success true, and we will send all the product information like this. Maybe better to say products because there will be a lot of products information. So we go back to our front end landing page in here. We are going to make the product state, so products, and this will be the array because we will put a lot of product information in here. Import the user state and set product in here, response and data and products, because we name it products inside of product in here, products. So we got all of the product information inside this product state. So first we will print this value in here, console log response data products in here, and save it and come back to our application, and we will turn on our console. Yeah, we have 12 arrays. Yeah, there are so many products because I've uploaded so many products already, so that's why we have this many products information. So the last thing we need to do is first we need to make a landing page template. So in here, like this, we need to make the template. So come back to our landing page, and we need to make the template in here. Now I'm going to save it, come back to our application. So now we can see like this. So now we need to make this body part. But if you see here, as in one row, we will have 4 columns. But if we make it smaller, here we have a 3 column and only 1 column in one row. So we need to make this one responsive. So to do that, so row order. This is for the margin. So we will give the margin for this row. And inside this row, we will bring the product. So product and map, just product index. We just better to make this one in here. So make it simpler. So render card and make this one in here and copy and paste it in here. Return pull. So one row, 4 column. So one row is the 24 size. So this one column, the size will be just 6. So when it is a large size, we will just give the 6 size for this column. And when it is just a medium size, we will give the 8. And when it's extra small, like this, extra small, we will give 24, this one column, 24. So car so we put the title like this, product and title, and product and price. Okay, because in here we just put the price instead of this description for this product. So that's why I put this price inside of this description. So I want to put this dollar mark in here, so like this. So I'm going to save it and then go back to our application here. Okay, so we did import this meta. So actually meta just comes from this meta card row. Okay. So now we have all the card, so 12 cards, but the difference between this one and this one is that we don't have this image for the products, but this image is not just normal, it has the animation in here. So that's why we need to do something for this image. So we can put the images in here inside this cover. Well, I want to make the component for just this image slider. So like this, and then image slider, and we need to give the props named images and product and images. So we put all of the images data inside the image slider component as a props. So we need to make this image slider. So we can use this image slider inside a different component. So rather than just making inside a landing page folder, so we make it inside the utils folder. So we can use this one inside the other component too. So image slider.js rfce and import image slider from utils and come back in here. The slider function comes from the ent-design, named carousel from the ent-design and carousel and autoplay and props and images and map image and index. Okay, we need to use this one. HTTP localhost 5000 and image and art and product image, and save it, and then we go back to our application here. Okay, maybe there is some error. It has to be 5000 instead of 500, and we also need to give the key for this div, so we are not going to have any error. And save and come back to our application. Yeah, we need to give the styling for this one. So style read 100% and max height will be 150 pixel. Save it and come back in here. So now we can have all of the products image really well. So thank you for watching this video and have a nice day, and see you in our next section. Thank you. Hello my friends. In our last section, we populated all the product data inside a landing page like this. So now what we need to do is to make the load more feature. So now we fetched all of the product data at once, but it is actually not good. So at once we are going to just fetch only 8 data from the MongoDB. After that, if we click this load more button, we will fetch it more data like that. So to do like this, the first we need to make a load more button, but we already have it in here. So the next thing we need to do is make a onClick function for the load more button. So come back to our text editor here, landing page, scroll down, and in the button we give the onClick and load more. So we need to make this function. Just see here, const load more function, ending page. So before we keep making this load more functions, there are something we need to know. So that is this skip and limit method that comes from the MongoDB. If I explain about this skip, is the position from where you start fetching the product data inside the MongoDB. So if there are a lot of data inside the one collection, like if we have a 100 data inside one collection, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or this skip means where do we start from? So if the skip is the 0, we start fetching the data from the first thing. If the limit is the 6, we will get the data from 0 to 6. So now we are inside the products collection. Inside the products collection, there are 12 results. So 12 results. So if we try to fetch this product result, it just comes from this first one and second one and third one. So if our skip is the 0, it will start fetching from this one. But if this skip is from the 3, it will start fetching from this one, not just the first one. And this limit means if this limit is the 3, it will just get 1, 2, 3. If you cannot understand right now, maybe you will really understand why we are really using this one. So don't worry about it. So if we go back to our text editor, so we need to make the state for the skip and the limit. So use state the skip. Initial state is the 0 because first we want to start it from the 0 because we need to get all of the data from the start. So, and then we also need to have the limit state, use state and limit. So if we see here, first I want to have only 8 data. So I will give the limit as a 8. So inside in here, we need to do like this, skip plus limit. So when we refresh the page, first the skip needs to be the 0. But after that, if we click this load more button, skip needs to be 8. The reason why this skip has to be 8 is because we already have 8 data. So we need to fetch the data from the here because we already get the 8 data up here. So we need to skip this 8 data and then start fetching from this one. That's why it needs to be 8. So we can do like this. Skip now 0 and limit will be 8. So that's why it will be 8. So if we click this unload button, we need to fetch all of the data again. So we need to do Axios and post like this, and API and product. But you know, like this one will be really same as this one. So no need to type all of this one again in here because it will be also like products and get product. So totally same, totally same. So we just need to declare this one like this, get product and like this, and we do this, we trigger this one whenever this dorm is loaded, and then we also trigger this function when we click this load more button. So do it like this. But the difference is the variable we need to put in here has to be the different. So like this variable and this variable has to be different. So variable. We need to put this skip information in here, skip, like this. We also need to put the limit information, come from this limit. And we also need to put more information. If we have the search function and this filter function, so we need to put more, but we don't have this feature right now. So we will skip it just for now. So we will just put these two information right now inside in here. And even when we trigger this function at the first time, we also need this one, but this one needs to be skipped from this state. So now we have this variable to send to the backend, so we need to change this API. So first we need to go to the product controller, product. In here, we need to change this one because we have more condition. First, I'm going to write something and then I will explain it. So I think that is better. Let order. So what these are is, so order and sort by is like order by and sort by inside MySQL or Postgres. So just we give some condition for this MongoDB. So we are telling the MongoDB, so when you fetch the data, you need to keep this order and keep this sort by, and you need to get only 6 items. If we don't define how many things you need to get as a limit, you will just get the 100. And you will also start from the 0, or if we already click the load more button, you can just skip the 6th one, and then after that you can start fetching it. And then we put this one like this as a method. So this MongoDB recognize, with these kind of conditions, I need to fetch the data. So that's what we are doing right now. So I'm going to save it, and then I will go back to our application. And now we only fetch 8 datas first time. Before we fetched more than 8 data, so when we load this page, but now we only have 8 data because we come in here with this set this limit as 8. That's why we get just only 8 data. And then I'm going to just click this load more button, so we will see what will happen. Okay, so now we have 4 more data, but we actually ignore the previous data. The reason is after we fetching the data in here, so we override all of the data we got previously. So that's why we need to make it like this. So now here we can see 8 products in here. So if we click this load more button, look, we can see 4 more data in here after these 8 data. But there is one more problem we need to solve. That is this load more button. Because we don't have any more product left to show in here, but we can still see this load more button. So we actually need to hide this load more button when we don't have any product left to show. So to do that, we need to go back to our text editor in here. First, we need to make one more state in here. named post size. This one's initial state is 0. What this post size is, when we first load the page, we fetch this 8 data. So this post size will be just 8. But if we click load more button, so we had 4 more data in here. So now the post size is 4. So only when we have this 8 data, we have a possibility to have more data to show by clicking this load more. So only when this post size is the 8, we need to show load more button. So this is what we need to do. So to get this post size, we need to go to the product controller, and in here we just not only send this product into the front end, we also need to send post size, and this comes from the products and length. So we get this post size inside the landing page in here. So response and data and post size. This is the post size. So we have this set post size here, and then we put this response data post size in here. So we get the post size in here inside this state. So if this post size is a greater or equal to the limit, which is the 8 size, so this post size is 8 or greater than 8, we will let this load more button appear like this. So I'm going to click save it, and then we go back to our application in here. So now we have 8 data, and then I'm going to click load more. So we see 4 more data in here. After that, finally we couldn't see that load more button anymore. There is one more last thing we need to do really quick is we come back to our text editor, and inside the load more function in here, we also need to change this skip state, because now the skip state was the 0, but we just plus this skip with the limit. So we also need to change this skip state like this. So that is all thing we need to do. So thank you for watching this video, and see you in our next section. Thank you. Hello my friends. Today what we are going to do is to make this filter feature by continent kind. So if there are lots of product in here, but if we want to see the product that belong to only Asia, like here, and North America and Asia, or South America, like this. So we are going to make this filter feature today. So to make this one, so first we need to make the checkbox list the data, which is this data. So first one is Africa and Europe and Asia. So if you see this one, Africa, Europe, Asia, so we are going to use this data. So we will put this one inside a checkbox. So the next thing we need to do is to make a template for checkbox. So this template. After that, we will make an unchanged function. So whenever we click this one, we will trigger the unchanged function, and then we will update this check the data. So if we check these 3 filters, after checking like this, so we need to update this check the data into the parent component. After step 4, we need to do more for this checkbox filter feature, but we will do that in our next video. So just in this video, we are going to have only 4 steps to make. So first we will make this checkbox list data. So by going to our text editor, and then this one is the landing page. So inside the landing page folder, and we will make the folder name sections, and inside the section folder we will make checkbox checkbox and JS RFCE, and in here we will make that checkbox list data. So const continents. First one is Africa, so ID 1 and name is Africa. We will keep doing like this, but it takes so long time, so I'm going to copy and paste it, and so I'm going to paste it in here. So I Google it. They says we have 7 continents in the world, so I got all of them, like Africa, Europe, Asia, like this 7 things. We finish our first step, so we need to make a template for checkbox. This checkbox. So to make that template, we are going to use the ent design. So inside in here, we need to make lots of the checkbox by using this continent we just made. So continent map. So now we made all of the template for the checkbox. So now I want to turn on our application. So come in here and then we will type npm run dev. Now we have some problem. Maybe the last time, if you come in here, when we make this get products the API, mistakenly I put this one in here. So this one is the middleware for the ExpressJS. So if you put this one in here, only logged in user can use this API. So only when that times I need to use this us inside in here as a middleware. Actually in landing page, anybody needs to be able to see all the product. So I need to just delete this one and then save it again and refresh the page. So the errors go away. So now we need to keep making that checkbox filter. So in here, first we need to bring this component inside the landing page. So we go down in here, inside in here. So checkbox, and we need to import it from section and checkbox, and I save it and come back to our app. So if you see, like you can see like this, maybe there is some error. I found the problem because you see this checkbox, it has to be small letter checkbox because this component's name is the checkbox, this one. So I was confused with that. So like this, and then I save it and come back in here, click it. So now I have a right template for this checkbox. So the next thing I need to do is the make unchanged function. So in here, undo toggle, and I want to put this value and ID. This one is this IDs, ID and ID. So I need to make this function in here. But I need to put this one inside in here. So So with this value ID informations, we will know which kind of the checkbox we click it. So we put this parameter in here. So if we click just the one thing, we need to put that value information inside the state. So we need to make the state in here, user state, and name will be check. So this one will be array because it will have a lots of checked value inside this the check state. So we will import this user state from the React library. And for this function, I'm going to type all of the things. After that, I'm going to explain it. So first, const So I'm going to explain this function. So first, if we click just this Africa checkbox, we want to know this Africa checkbox's index inside this check state. But if we already checked this Africa before, we will get the index of this Africa checkbox. But if we didn't check this Africa checkbox yet, we will get just -1 because we don't have this Africa's value inside the check state. So if I explain it again, inside the check, like is like 1, 2, or 3. There is this value, but this North America's the value is the 4. If you see here, this is a 4. North America's ID is a 4. So if we check this one needs to come inside in here. But inside of here, there is no 4 value. So even though we do the index of, we cannot find it. So that's why it will give -1 output. So if we get this -1 output, that means we didn't check this North America checkbox before. So that's why we can just push this value inside a new check. So, but if we already have this 4, so when we click this North America, so we do index of, so we will have 0, 1, 2, 3. So output will be 3. So that means we already have this value inside this new check. So that's why we are going to use the splice method to get rid of this 4 number in here. So after making like this, we will put this new check inside the check state in here. That's what we did. So we made this unchanged function. So after this, we need to do update check state into parent component. The parent component is the landing page in here. So we need to give this new checked information inside this landing page. So to do that, so we will make a props in here for the update function. So name will be handle filters containers. We also need to make this handle filter function in here. The filter, we will make this one later. So first, come back in here. So by using this props, and the filter, so we put this new check in here, props in here. So now we send all of the new check information into the landing page. So we got this filter, so filter information, this one. So this new checked information in here, we will send this one in, and this one is the category for the filter. So filter information parameter, and then here category. So now we finish all the 4 steps. So I'm going to see you in next section. So thank you for watching this video. Thank you. Hello my friends. From our last video, we are making this checkbox feature, but even though we click any of the things, actually we cannot click anyone. So the reason is that we didn't make this check part. So if we just put the force in here and come back in here, nothing is checked. But if we just type the true like this, so everything is clicked. So in here, if this one is the true, this means it's clicked, or this one is false, this one is the not clicked. So to make this right, we are going to bring this checked state first in here, and then index of and this value and ID. If this one is -1, that means this one is not clicked because it cannot, this value ID cannot find this index, so that's why it is just false. But if it is not this -1, that means we already have this value ID inside this checked state, so it needs to be the true. So save it and come back to our application. So in here, I'm going to just click anything. So it's checked, checked. So this checked information we send into our parent component by using this props, handle filter props. So come back to our landing page in here. We just get all of the checked information in here. So and then we put this one inside here as a parameter. So we will do console log for this filter to see what is going on. So now in here, I'm going to check something. So you can see 7 or 7, 6 like this. Whenever we click something, this values ID will go inside this array, which is this filter parameter. So by using this information, we will make this handle filter function. We need to put this filter information inside the state in the landing page. So we are going to make the state first. This one name is the filters. So initial state will be kind of different from other one. This one will be object, and inside this object we will have 2 filter continents. This one is the array, because you see this one is array, that's why this continents also needs to be array. So and we also have one more filter, which is the price. So the price filter will come inside this one. So by using this filter state in here, we are going to make the new filter like this, and then new filters, and the category will be this continents or this price, but we put these categories in here. So this one comes from this one, so the category will be this continent, so like this, and it will be the filters. So this one will be new filter and continents will be this one like this. This is what we are doing. Delete this one, and if the category is the price, so we are going to make it later. So we need to do something more for this price category, but we will do it later. We need to change the filter state with this one, with this new filter in here. And there's one more a function we need to make. That name will be show filter results. And we put these new filters in here, and we need to make this function in here, const. And inside in here, we put this new filter. So filter, we need to, so when we get all of the product list in here, we always trigger this get product function. So we need to trigger this get product function again inside in here. So after having this filter, so we are going to trigger the get products function again with this filter. When we trigger this get products, so we always put more this variables. So even this time we need to bring this variables in here. We need to put this variable in here. But if we just click any of this one, we need to refresh all the page, and the skip will be just 0. Even though we already clicked this load more, if we click this checkbox, we need to start from the 0. So this skip needs to be the 0, and the limit will be the same as this one, 8. And then we need more property to put in here, that is the filters. This one can come from this filter. So this is all the property we need to have for these variables. So after that, we need to change this skip, set skip will be 0. After that, we also need to change this get products API by going to product loud. In here, we need to change because we have more condition to filter. So that will be let find arg. So first, I'm going to type everything, and I will just explain it later. Key in request body and filters. These filters come from this filter. This filter comes from this one, new filter. So if request body filter key and length is the bigger than 0. If the key is price, we will need to do something, but else find args key request body and filter and key, and we need to put this find args inside in here. So first I'm going to console log and request body filter, and like this, and in here I will just click anything, and I will see this console that happened inside the server. So this request body filter is the continent for, and price is empty array. So if I click one more, so 4351, and then price is empty. So in here, I'm going to this key print out that key. So I will click anything like this. So that key is this continent and then price. So we keep going. In here, we will do like that. Just click, and come back in here. So now find arg key. So this means the find arg and continent is this one. And lastly, we will just console log find args in here, and just delete it. Click this one and this one and come back in here. So find args is this one. So we put this filter inside in here. So we will try it. There is some problems. So if we click this one, we add more product into the exist product. Whenever we just trigger this get product function, so we just keep adding everything in here. But we need to do this only when we click this load more button. So we need to get some condition in here. Inside the load more button, I will just type load more and true, and then and this variable and load more true. We put this one, else set product will be just response data product. So we are not going to add new product inside the existing product. So we can do it like this. So now we are going to click the filter again. Asia. The reason why we have like this is in here we just did a hard coding in here, but it doesn't have to be like this. We need to put this find arg inside in here. So now we come back to our application and refresh it. So now we are going to click some North America or South America and Asia. So it works really fine, right? So thank you for watching this video and see you in our next session. Thank you. Hello my friend. In our last video, so we made this checkbox functions. If we click, then we can filter by this checkbox. But what we are going to do in this video is we will filter this product with the price. So it's like this. But the difference between this RadioBox and this checkbox is we can click these multiple things for this checkbox, but for the RadioBox we can only click one thing. So it will be a little bit different, but it will be so similar to this one. So to make this RadioBox, first we need to make the radio list data. As we did for this checkbox list data, it will be same as that. So after making this radio list, we will make a template for RadioBox, just this one. It will be also very similar to this one. And after that, we will make an unchanged function, and we will also check the RadioBox state into the parent component. So first we will make this radio list data. So go to our text editor. First we need to make the RadioBox component, like the checkbox component. So inside these sections, I'll make that RadioBox NJS. In here, RFCE for the functional component. So in here, I'm going to bring the price with data. Is the price data. So the first one is for any of the price. The second one is from $0 to $199 and $200 to $249. So put this one in here. After I'll make a template for RadioBox. So we will also use this entity design for the template. So now I made all of the template for this RadioBox. So now I want to turn on this application by typing npm run dev. So in here, first we need to bring this component inside the landing page. So bring this component. So import RadioBox from sections and RadioBox. We need to put this RadioBox in here. This will need also this props for later. And I save it and come back to our application. So you can see it like this, but we cannot see anything in here right now. Maybe there is some problem. But first, I want to change this template's styling into this one. So inside one row, we will have two columns. So for that, we will use the entity design. So gutter for the margin, and core again, column, and large 12, and extra small is 24. It will be same for this one, and we will put this checkbox inside in here and put this RadioBox inside in here. Save it and here. So now we got a better styling, but I also need to give the name for this one. So come back to checkbox here. We can give the name in here, continent. So it also has the name like this. But when we click this price, we cannot get any other value for this one. So we come back to our RadioBox. What is the problem? So I think there are two problems in here. There is, it has to be the parentheses instead of it has to be the parentheses instead of the curly brace like this. And then this one is the function, so I need to put it like this. So come back in here. So now we can have the value for the price. So the next thing we need to do is to make unchanged function for this one. This one's name will be just the handle change. Okay, const handle change. And we will get the event that come from this one. So we need to put the value in here. The value, we need to make the state in here, but why did I put this one outside of this function? Okay, it has to be inside the function and use the state, and will be just value. Okay, and state will be just 0 because it starts from the 0. We put this value in here and then set value here, event target and value like this, and then we need to import this one from here. So now I try to go back to our application and I click it, so it has changed well as I click something. So after setting the value, we also need to update this value into our parent component, which is a landing page, like we did for this checkbox by using this handle filter props. So we get the props and then handle filter, and we put this value we just clicked. This click the value, and then we need to put these props inside in here. So now inside the landing page, so it has to be the price for the categories. So in here, if we just click anything, so we will see this the filter that will be printed out inside the console. Make it bigger so you can see better. So I will just click all the filter 2 and then click this one 1 or 2 like this. We can get all the filters in here like this, and we will also see this new filter in here. So I will click this one click this one, this one, this one, this one, like this. You can see all the filters that put together inside this new filter. So that's what we needed to do for this section. And in our next video, we are going to keep making this radio box filter. So thank you for watching this video and see you in our next video. Thank you. Friends, in our last videos, we made this radio box. Even in this video, we are going to keep making this radio box filter. So first, we need to keep making this handle filters only for this price. So what we need to do more for this price category is if we come back to our application and if we click this one, like you can see this number 3 for this the price from 250 to 279. If we click this one, number 4 for 280 to 299. But if we just put this one inside in here like this, actually it is really hard to know what is going on for this price. So that's why we will really put this a number inside the array in here. So to do that, we are going to make one more function in here. The name will be handle price. So we make the handle price in here. We will put the value in here, like price value. We put the filters in here, so we get this filter as a value in here. After that, first what we need to do is we need to bring this radio box. We need to bring all of the price data list, but actually it's better to put this one inside the one file. Maybe I will make the file name datas and JS. And inside datas.js, we just put this one in here. And we have one more thing inside the checkbox. We just put this one inside a datas file. And we need to export just both of them into the other file, so we can just export and price and the continent. So inside the landing page, we will import the both of them, continent and price, from section and datas. So we need to copy these two declaration and then put them in here, because we import them from the RadioBox and CheckBox, but now we don't have that one inside these two files, so we need to import it by using the props in here. It will be just a list and price, and this one will be just a list and continent. And inside the RadioBox, it will be just the props, and this one also needs to be the props. So come back in here. This one needs to be the list and list and list and list, because the props name is just list, not that one. So now we can see both of them, right? So now we were making this a handle price function. So first we need to put all of the price data in here. So const data price. It comes from this one. And then we will set one array as a array like this, and then we have to let the key in data. We get this key inside data. So if data and key ID. So first we want to know what is this key. So I just put this one in here by doing like that. I want to know what is this key is in here. I made some problem. This one is not price. Okay. Inside in here. It has to be changed. Price. Okay. I did it again. So if I click it, you can see key 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we will keep doing it. If data and key 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and ID. So this will be this ID is equal to parse int value, this one, and 10. So this one is not actually the number, but we want to make this one into a number from the string. That's why we did this part int. And so we want to know what is this value. So okay, a value is the 4 because we click this 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So if we click this one, value is 3. So this one. So this value and key is the same. So value and key, this one is same. We want to have this array. So in here, array, data, key, array, like this. And we will return this array. So I'm going to just console log array e. So I click it. So we will have a real value, then just this 2 number. So in here, when we click this any of the price, we will just get this 2 or 5 or 0 like this, but it is not enough for the filtering this product by this price. So that's why we need this real value from $300 to this one, and from $250 to $279. We needed this real value, so that's why we needed this handy price. So we got this array value inside this price values, and we will put this one. So new filters and category is the price like this, and is the price value. So we put this new filter inside this one again. So we will see this new filter right now. So I click this one and this one, this one. So now it has this array value inside the price, and we just have like this as we did before. So now we are ready to filter all the products by these two conditions, continent and price. So there is one more thing we need to do, is the change get product API for filter inside the server product. In here, for this find arc, we always put this find arc inside in here to find some specific products inside the product collection. So we need to do something in here. First, I'm going to write something in here. Find arc and key and greater than equal request and body and filters key 0 and less than equal request and body and filters and key and 0 1. So in here I will do console log for the find arg. So I click anything here. If you see here, so by doing like this, greater than equal and less than equal, so price becomes greater than $0 and less than 199, and so greater than $250 and less than $279. So by doing like this MongoDB will recognize this number that start from the 0 and greater than 0 and less than 199. So that's why we need to add this greater than equal and less than equal for the price category. So now I'm going to save it and come back to our application. So I will uncheck everything for this continents, and I will do the price filter. So it actually works really well. So thank you for watching this one. So it was not easy to explain for this filter part, but there is one more filter part for the search feature. So we will do that search feature in our next video. So thank you for watching this video. So see you in our next section. Thank you. Hello my friends. Today what we are going to do is to make the search feature. So in here, you can see this Singapore in here. So I'm going to find this Singapore by typing in here, Singapore. So you can see the Singapore. And if you type the USA, like this. So we are going to make this search feature here to make it. First we will do make search feature component, and after that we will make a template for search feature, this template, and I'll make an unchanged function for this one again. And lastly, we need to update search data from this search feature component to the parent component, which is this landing page. So first we will go to our text editor here to make the search features. The inside is landing page further and sections further. We will make the file name search feature.js and rfce for the functional component here, and then we will import this component inside the landing page search features. We can put this one in here. Come back to our application. I didn't turn on this application, so npm run dev. So now we are inside our application. If you see here, search feature, because we typed this search feature in here. So now we are going to make the template for this search feature. So in here, we are going to use the ent-design input from ent-design and const search input. Put this one in here, value and unchanged, and placeholder search by typing this, and inside the landing page, just make the div, then inside the div and style display flex and justify content flex and margin 1 rem and auto. So now we come back in here. So now we made this template for the search feature. After that we make the unchanged function, because even though we type something, nothing happened for this input. So come back to the search feature in here. Okay, this name will be unchanged search event, and we make the state same name will be search term. Put this one in here. This will be string and set search term and event and current target and value, and put this one in the value for this input. So now it's OR for this one. So if we type something, so we can type it like this. So the last thing we need to do is to update the search data into the parent component. So inside the parent component here, we need to make the one props. That will be just I will type refresh function and update search term, and we need to make this function in here const, and we also need to make the state for that search term, maybe in here use the state search terms string. This one has to be just a singular, and so put this search terms inside in here. It will be new search term, so put this one in here, and with these props, search picture and props, and like this, and put this one and put props in here. So yeah, this is all for these 4 steps. So thank you for watching this one, and in our next video we will finish this search feature. So see you in our next section. Thank you. Hello my friend, this is the second time for this search feature. So the first thing we need to do is we need to trigger the get product function with search condition. So whenever we made one more condition, like filter by price or filter by continent, or we needed to trigger get product function again and again. So now with the search condition, so now we update search term in here in our last video. So we need to trigger this get product function after we update this new search term. So if we type something in here, like okay, just I will do console log and then new search term in here. I will let you see by printing out this new search term. So if I type hello, so we can have this new search term in here, and then with this new search term, we need to trigger this get product function, and we also need to put this variable inside in here, but this filter needs to be this filter from the state like this. So in here we also need to one more, the property name is search term. It comes from new search term there, and then in here set skip needs to be 0, because whenever we type something, we need to reload all of things from skip 0. So that's why we need to make this one 0. So we need to put this one in here. So we need to put these variables in here like this. So now we need to go to that API. So product route in here. So we need to change this part with this search term. First we will get the term, request a body and search term, because it comes from in here search terms. We actually need to make a condition for this one. So first one is if we have this term So we need to put this one in here, and if we don't have it, put it like this. Because we need to put one more thing in here. So when we type something in here like this, we need to use the find method, and inside the find method we need to put the text. This comes from the MongoDB feature, so we need to put the search and then term. So by using this one, and we put this term is the come from here, like whenever we type something like this. So if we don't have this one, like even though we type something, nothing happened. But now if we have this one, whenever we type something, yeah, like it has changed. So now already we can find it by typing. But I want to put one more thing, is the inside the product model. So we come to inside the model and the product. So the below this field, which field we want to use for this search feature. So when we type this one, now we are trying to find something with the name at this title, but we also want to use the description for this search feature. So right below in here, we can do like this index. We will use the title. This is a text, and we will also use the description. So title field and description field. Title and description field for the search function, and this one is also text. And the weight and name is the 5, and description is the 1. So this one is more important when we use the search function. So first we will find inside the name. After that, we will find inside the description, because this name's weight is higher than this one. So now we define it like this, and then we type it again, full. So it works really well. So thank you for watching this video for the search feature. So in our next video, we will make this product detail page. So by going inside this product, we will make a lot of things again. So thank you for watching this video, and see you in our next video. Thank you. Hello, my friends. Today what we are going to do is to make the product detail page. Detail page is in here, if we go inside one specific the travel product, so we can see this detail page. So to make this detail page, first we need to make empty product detail page. So this empty page. After that, we also need to make a route for product detail page. After that, we need to fetch product information from database, and then we also need to make a template for the product detail page. But this page actually consists of 2 components. The first one is for this image part, like this. And then second part is for the product detailed information, like the price and how many this product were sold before, and for the views and description. And then so if we click this add to cart, yeah, we can just add this product inside our cart. So this detail page consists of 2 components. But for make this image component, we need the one dependency, which is React Image Gallery. So before making this image component, we are going to install this one dependency. So first we are going to make the empty product detail page. So come back to our text editor. First I'm going to turn on this application by typing npm run dev. So now I run my application, and then first I need to make the detailed product page inside a view folder. So make new folder named detail product page, and inside this folder to make the file name detail product page.js rfce for a functional component, and put this one in here. And then the next thing we need to do is to make a route for product detail page. So go to app.js in here. So import detail product page from views and copy the route and then paste it, and then put detail product page component inside in here. And we want anyone to go inside detail product page, so we need to change this true into null, so that anyone can go inside there. And then product detail pages, the path will be product, and then product ID query. So now I'm going to save it, and the next thing I need to do is the fetch product information from database. So first I need to go to the detail product page component in here. So and I need to use effect. So delete the unnecessary part here, and then import the use effect from the React library. And in here we need to do Axios and get request. The path name will be API product and products. We will get this products information by ID, and then we will put this ID more. We need to use the backticks, so we can use it like this, product ID, and then we put the type single. So I'm going to explain why I type like this, like type single or product ID, and then give the product ID like this instead of Axios and post. I've always done like this, like API product and get products, and then I put the variable in here like this. I've always done like this. You can also use the both way, but when you get some information from the database, actually better to use this get method, and then we put the data inside the query like this. But we need to know how we can get the product ID. So first I'm going to just comment out this part and then save it. So we will go back to our application in here, and this is our application. And then I wanna just go to the USA products detail information. So by clicking this one, I didn't put the link for this card. First I need to put the link for in here. So go back to landing page. So inside in here, this one is this image slide part. So we need to give the link. So type A, and we need to put this image slider with the A link. So href, so like this product, and then we need to put the product ID in here because we define like this inside this app.js for this detail product pages path product and product ID. So we need to put this product ID behind this product. So we need to put this product ID, we can get this product and then ID. So this is all we need to do to define this link for the detailed product page. So save it and come back to our application. So now I'm going to click this USA product again. So now I come inside this US products detail page. So you can see detail product page because we type detail product page like this in here. So to get this specific product ID is, if you see this here, this one is the detail products ID. So we need to get this one from here. So to get that one, we can get it from the props. So product ID is the props. Prop we need to put in here and match and params and product ID. And then we uncomment it, and we uncomment this one, and then after doing this get request, we are going to do then and response, and then first we are going to make this API inside the product controller. So first go to product routes, and in here first I paste it, and then I copy this one and paste it in here. That was the get request, so we need to change this one into the get, and we actually need to put everything this one in here, but the only part we need is this product by ID. We are going to just this one we need to delete it, and just we need to put in here for the reference of what we are going to do in here. So first I'm going to delete this part. First I want to explain why I put the single in here as a type. So just now we just want to find only one product's information. So we will put just the one product's ID in here. Sometimes we want to use the lots of product IDs to find lots of products information. So at that time, we just do type and then array. So we are going to put lots of IDs like this. But now so this is the difference. So first we are going to define the type in here, the let type, and then we get the type from the query. So we are not going to do like request the body as always did. This doesn't come from the body. This comes from the query, because we did like this ID and like this. So that's why we need to use the query instead of body. So delete this part again, and then it was the type, because we use this type here. So I also want to define the product ID, so request and query and ID, because we used ID in here. So all of the IDs behind this ID we come to here. So we define this type and then product IDs. So below this one, if the type is the array, we need to do something, but it is not the array right now, so we are not going to do any one, because we are using the single in here, because we put this single in here. So now in here we need to find the product information that belong to product ID, this product ID. So first we need to bring the products model, and in here, and then we will use the find method that comes from the MongoDB, and we will use the ID to find the products information, and we will put the in method. This in method is, if we put the lots of IDs in here, we can find all of the IDs information. So we can just put this product IDs inside in here, so we can get all of the products ID that belong to this product IDs. And then we need to do populate the writer, and then execute the query and pass in the callback in here, error and product. So if we got the error, we will return response and status 400, and then send error, return response and status 200 and send product. So now we come back to our front end, detail product page in here. So we are going to put this products information, this one. First we need to make the state, use state product, and this initial state will be the array because we can also have lots of product information. The initial state will be the array. You put the set product and then put the response and data and the product in here, and we put the response and the data and index 0. So we got the only one product's information inside this product state. So we need to get this one here. So now we fetch the product information from database. So now we need to do step 4 to make the template for product detail page. Well, as I said before, we need this React image gallery dependency. So first I'm going to download these dependencies. So first turn off the R server and then clear npm. First we need to change the directory into client and then npm install React image gallery and save. And then we need to go back to our root directory by typing cd ... in here and npm run dev to kick in our application again. So now we are going to make the template this one really quick. So go back to our text editor in here. So in here, so first we are going to make two components named the product image for this part and product info. So for this part, inside the detail product page, we will make the one more folder named the sections. And inside the sections folder, make the file named product image.js rfce. And inside the sections folder, we will make one more file named product info and js rfce. And in here, and then we are going to import these two components we just made inside a detail product page. So import product image from section and product image. We import product info from section and product info. This like this, and then save it, come back to our application. So you can see product image and product info that comes from both of each components. But first I'm going to send the real information as a props. So we get all the product information inside the product state. So even for the title, product title, so we see the change. So USA that comes from the real information. So we also put the detailed information as a props, the product here, even further information here, so like this, and then come inside the product image component in here. First I need to import the dependency for this one. We just downloaded the image gallery from React image gallery, this one. We need to put that image gallery in here, and we also need to put one thing, items, as a props, and inside in here we need to put the images information we want to populate. So we want to populate these three images, so that's why we need to put the three images information in here. So how we do is we can see this React image galleries documentation inside in here. So we are going to make this one, but this one was the hard coding, but we couldn't do the hard coding. We got the product images information as a prop named detail. So we got the image information from the props. So we need to put the props in here. So we need to use effect and then put the props in here, props and detail, because we put the detail in here, detail and images, the images that belong to this product, and if we have this one and the props and detail, then images and length is more than 0. So if this product has more than one image, we define the images as a array because we need to put many images in here, and we do the props and detail and images again, and props and detail and images, and then we are going to do map over the items and images and push original HTTP localhost and 5000 and item and thumbnail. So what we are doing here is that come from this reference, original and thumbnail. Original is for this one, this image, and then thumbnail is for this thumbnail. It's HTTP and localhost 5000 and item, and we put this image information inside the state. So images, that images in here, there's images like this, and we can put this image in here according to this instruction. So we need to put these images in here. So that's I also put the image, this one in here. We need to get the use state in here. So this is the array. So I'm going to save it and come back to our application. Now we couldn't see anything in here. The reason is we actually didn't import this style inside our application. We so need to copy this one, and then we need to go to our CSS, index.css, and in here I'm going to put it in here and then save it and go back to our application again. We couldn't get any image. Maybe we need to put this product detail in here. So I'm going to try it again. So now we can have our images like this, but I don't know why I couldn't get these images. Come back in here. Okay, this one, we have typo issue in here. And save it again, come back. So now we have all the images right. So if I explain why I needed to put this product detail here is, but if we didn't have this one in here, I'm going to save it again, come back here. We couldn't get any images in here. The reason was this using effect become implemented as this term is loaded. But when this term is loaded, we couldn't get this prop and detail. So that's why inside this prop detail there is no images. When we don't have prop and detail, we are not going to do anything like this. So that's why we want to trigger this use effect when we have this product detail. Whenever this product detail become changed, we will trigger this use effect again and again. So that's why we can have this image in here. So now it's time to make this part, product information part. So first we need to go to this product info component in here. So save it and come back to our application. So now you see it becomes like this. So now we need to put the real information in here. As we did in here, we are going to use the use effect again in here. Set product, crop, and detail, because we put the details in here, props and detail. And if we do like this, we couldn't get the real information inside the product information. So we need to put this product detail again in here, like this product detail, so we can get this product information. So we use this product state when populate the information and price. So product and sort and product and views and product and description. So now save it and then come back to our application. It's a little bit weird and different from this one. Maybe I need to find the problem. I should have put this one in here. So save it and then come back. So now I have very similar styling with this one. So to change more, I need to make more CSS styling. So go back to index.csn in here, table. So save it, come back to our application. Now we have a really nice styling, and we just finish all the part for the product detail page. So in our next sections, we need to make the add to cart feature. So when we click this add to cart, now nothing happened. We did because we didn't make this on click method in here. So in our next section, we are going to make this add to cart feature. So you did really well, and thank you for watching this video. See you in our next section. Thank you. Hello my friends. Today what we are going to do is to make this add to cart feature. So if we click this one, so you can see we just added this product inside our cart. If we come in here, we can see this Canada travel product in here because we just click this add to cart button. So to make this add to cart feature, we have 3 steps to make. So when doing this one, there are some things that we need to keep in mind. So if we come to our database in here, so in here, there is a user information, this user's information. So we have only one card in here. That's why you see only one card in here. So we put this card information inside the user collection because this card actually belongs to this user. So if we click one more add to cart in here, and then we just refresh our database in here, and we spread this cart. Now we have 2 cart information inside this cart field because we have 2 items in here. So when we see this Redux store in here, we actually put this cart information in here. There's the Redux Inside the Redux, there is no other information like products or any other information, but we just kept just managing our user information inside the Redux. So that's why we will just send HTTP request with Redux. Honestly, you don't need to use the Redux in here, but for just education purpose, we are going to use the Redux for managing our user state. As you see in here, for the user state, we put this inside the Redux. So we are going to use the Redux when we send HTTP request. For the second step, we will make a add to cards API inside the user controller. And there is one thing we need to be careful is if we come back to our application. So now you can see only one product, and then we come to our any other product, like for the Mexico. So inside the Mexico, if I click it as to cart, the number of the product we have inside the cart become from 2 to 3. So if we come in here, we have 3 products in here. But if we click this add to cart for this Mexico travel product, it's still 3. But the only thing different is for the product quantity for the Mexico product, this becomes 2. So if I click this one more again, add to cart, and then come back to our cart, the one more thing that has changed is this quantity number. But if we just click any other product, Singapore, and then click this add to cart, it becomes the 4, right? Instead of the increase this quantity. But so what we need to keep in mind is inside the cart, the product I will add to cart already exists. We will do increment quantity for the product. So we will increase this quantity by 1. And if not, the quantity will be 1. This quantity will be 1. We need to put these 3 things, date and quantity, and this one inside the user collection. That's what we need to do for this section. So first we go back to our text editor in here, and we need to turn on our application by typing npm run dev. So now we are inside our application and come back to our text editor, and then inside the product info page, so you can see this on click. So we will just keep this one name as add to handler, and just make that function in here const add to cart handler like this. So if I click this button, I just want to just send this product's ID into our parent component, which is the detailed product page. So props add to cart. So we don't have these props inside in here. We put this one in here. First in here, I need to keep making the props detail and ID, because this detail is come from this one. And we also need to make a function in here, add to cart handler again. So make this function in here. We got the product ID. From here, props detail ID. So we need to do the HTTP request, but we said we will use the Redux together with this HTTP request. So we need to import to cart from the read action and user action, but we don't have this add to cart inside this user action. So we come to user action part. So we do export function add to cart, and then we just put everything inside in here. First, we will just put the ID, and then here add to cart product ID and ID. This one put in here, and then type name will be add to cart user. We need to put this one in here, and we need to go to the types in here. Export const add to cart user, and we also need to go to user reducer. We need to put the types in here, and then case return state, and I'm going to keep typing later. So we just use this add to cart in here, but we need the dispatch. Use dispatch from React and Redux. So const dispatch. Use dispatch, and here so maybe you don't know what we are doing right now if you have never experienced the Redux, but I hope you can just follow this one even though you couldn't know and you feel really bad about this. In this project, I am going to keep using the Redux, so you will know later what we are doing. So I keep doing it. So go to add to cart in here. So I need to make this API inside the user controller. So go to user routes, right at the bottom I need to type the louder, and then it was the post request. You can see here, just post request, and then the path will be the here add to cart, and then we will put the us middleware. So request and risk this. So first we will find user information with the ID, user ID, request or user ID. This ID come from this us middleware. So we come in here, we go to this us. There's a user information we put after this request. So that's why we can get this user ID with this request user like that. So after finding the specific user with the ID inside the user collection, we are going to pass in the callback user info, and cart. This is inside the user information. There is a cart, so I get this cart inside the user information for each if the cart, this one name will be cart info dot id, this one is equal to request dot query dot product id. So in here we put the product ID information in here. So it comes from this one, product ID, like this, and it also comes from the product info in here. When we click this add to cart, we will send this product's information from here to detail product page, and from here to user action, and from here to the user controller, this API. So we know request to query product ID. So request query product ID is equivalent to the cart info ID. That means we first define the duplicate is the false, because if this one is the equal, that means this one is the duplicate is true. That means this cart, just this product, is already inside the cart. So we said inside the card, the product I will add to card already exists. In this case, we will just increment the quantity for the product by 1. If this one is the duplicate, so if duplicate is true, user define one and update. So the ID request user .id and cart.id. This one will be request query.product ID. And this one we need to increase number 1. So we will do increase number 1 cart and quantity and 1. So we will just increase this quantity from 1 to 3, from 2 to 3. So by using this syntax provided by the Mongoose, and the new will be true. The reason why we do the new is true is we will reflect this result right away inside the database. So if this cart quantity was the 1 in here, after doing this new true, cart quantity will be 2. So after doing this one, so if error, return response in JSON, success, false, and error, and response and status. If it was successful, JSON and this user info and cart. And we also need to do else. If not, we will just make this quantity will be 1. So user find 1 and update, and we will define this user by the ID, request the user and ID, and we need to push this cart information, cart like this, ID, the request, query, and product ID. We need some problem, and maybe it's a little bit complicated right now, like this. And then we also need to put the quantity here as we did in here. Quality will be 1, and we also need to put the date. Now we also do it in here too, new true, and then we will pass in the callback in here, and user info, if error, return risk and JSON, and success and false and error, and risk and status 200 and JSON, and user info and cart. This information is this one, cart information, this one, ID, quantity, and date. We just put that one inside the cart. Now we made all the API for this add to cart. It was really not easy. So we come back to our user action. So after getting all of the response data, and then we put this response data inside the reducer, user reducer. User reducer is the user reducer in here. We put that information in here. So we first spread all the previous state in here. So after that, if you see our redux in here, so now we cannot see the cart information inside the user state. So we need to put that cart information inside the user state in here, inside the redux store state, and then user data, and we do the state and then user data. That's the up to this part This one is up to this part, user and user data. We spread all the user data in here right now, but we also need to just push this cart data in here. That one comes from the action and payload. This one comes from the user action in here, response data, or come to this payload request. So we can just get this one inside the register as an action payload. Action payload. So now I'm going to save it, and now I go to the detailed product page in here, save it this one, and then if I just come back to our application. So now I'm going to see my Redux state in here. I cannot see the cart in here, but I will try to just click this add to cart. So I clicked it, and if I see this one, I just paused the video because I got some problems. So the problem was, so back in here, if we see this part, so user info and then the card, so this means inside our user model in here, we actually need to have the field for the card, but actually we don't have any card field. This field we actually need, but we don't have the card field inside the user model. That's why I faced some problem when just clicking this one. So we come back to our user model. We need to make the card field. This one's type will be the array, and the default will be just the empty array, this one. After that, I want to make one more the field and name it the history for the later purpose. And this one's type is the same as this card, and this one is array, and then default is an empty array like this again. So I just save it and then go back to our application here. So if we see our Redux store in here, we don't have the map in here, but if I click the add to cart, click it, and then if we see the Redux again, so you can see this card. So now we can see this card is inside the user state. So if I click this one more, inside the different product, so I'm going to click this add to cart, and then if I see this state for the user, so now we have two cards inside this card field. This one is for this product. So thank you for watching this video. Actually, it was really complicated, but you did really well. Thank you for watching this video, and then see you in our next section. Thank you. Hello, my friends. Today we are going to make this cart page. So to make this cart page, first, we need to create an empty cart page, just this empty page. And then we need to create a route for this cart page so we can come inside this page from the other page. After that, we will create a header tab for cart page. Header tab is this one. So if we come inside this landing page, we can go to cart page by clicking the header tab. So after that, we will fetch the products stored in the cart from the database. So first, we will make the empty cart page. So go to our text editor here. First, click the components and then views. And then we just made the folder inside the views folder named cart page. And inside the cart page folder, we will make the file named cart page and JS. And RFCE for functional components. So put this one in here, and now we are going to make a route for cart page. So go to app.js in here and copy and paste it, and import cart page from views, cart page and cart page. copy this component and paste it. And in here, only the logged in users can come inside the cart page. So we will do the true for these options. And then for the location, we can just say user and cart. So we already made the road for the cart page. So now it's time to create a header tab for cart page. So we go to right menu. Before making it, first I want to run our application. So turn on our terminal here and type the npm run dev. So now we are inside our application. You can see this cart page that comes from the cart page in here. So first we need to make the tab in here. So go to right menu. So if you see here, tab for the upload and tab for the logout, upload and logout. So we want to make the cart page tab between in here. So here, first copy this one and key name will be cart and then pass is the user and cart because the inside the app.js we use this cart user and cart, so that's why we need to write the cart user and cart in here too. In here we want to use this icon that comes from anti-design, so we need to use the anti-design for that. So in here icon, and we also need to get the badge. Badge is for this red badge, so we need to bring that too from the anti-design. So first inside in here icon and type shopping cart and style font size 30 and margin bottom 3 this, and we also need to give the style for the link and margin right -22 and the card for color 66477777. So save it and go back to our application here. So you can see this one, but the position is really weird because we don't have this batch yet, so we need to put the batch in here too. So for the batch batch count 0 for now, and we need to put this batch in here. Okay, save it and then go back our application again. I need to give one number for this count, so come back so you can see. So it looks same as this one. So now it's good to go. So next one we need to do is fetch the products information stored in the cart from the database. So first to go back to our text editor and then go to cart page. So whenever we fetch some data, that we use the user effect. So even this time we will use this one and delete the unnecessary parts. This user effect comes from the React. Before we keep doing it from here, so I just want to let you know one thing. If you just come in here, there is a user collection. So inside the user collection, we put this cart information in here, and if we see this the product collection, inside the product collection there are really detailed information for one product. So inside this user collection we didn't put all of the information in here even though there are more information inside this for the product, but in here there is no quantity information. So but if we come in here, when we populate the data, there is also this part for the quantity. So not just the price or not just the image, we also need to have this quantity. That means, so only by fetching the data from the product collection, we actually cannot populate this quantity information. So we need to use these two collections together to populate all the data in here. So it's more complicated than the other fetching process. So I hope you can keep this in mind. We need to use these both of user and product collection to populate all of the data for this page. So we come back to our application in here. Inside in here, if we see our user state inside the Redux, we have this cart information inside the Redux here, two product for these two product. So first we need to use the cart information store inside the Redux store, right? Cart items. So if props and user and user data and props and user data and cart. So inside this user state, or only when we have more than one cart or more than one product inside the cart, we will do something. And if the props and user data and cart and length is more than 0, like, so when we have this cart and when we have more than one product inside the cart field, we will do something. So user and user data and cart, and for each item, this cart item here, this one is the props, cart item push item that ID. So we inside this cart item array, we put all of the products ID that store inside this cart field, this ID and this ID inside this cart item array. And then by using these cart items, we will do the Axios. But from last video, when we do HTTP request, we use a Redux. So even in this section, we are going to use a Redux. So instead of just doing the Axios right in here directly, we will do or use this patch that comes from the React Redux. So const dispatch, use dispatch. So by using this dispatch function, so inside this one, and we just make the get cart items. So inside this here, we will put this cart item, and we also put all of this information, which is this all of the information inside the cart field 1 and 2 in here. So we also need to bring this one from actions and user action. First, copy this one, get cart item, because we need to make this one inside the user action. So copy this name and then go to user action and then go to the bottom. So we just copy this one and then paste it. We copy this one and paste it this one. So first we will make this the cart get cart item function. So we have two parameters to pass in. Go back to cart page. First one is cart item, and the next one is all of the cart information. So we will name it cart items and in user cart. This will be the get method. And now for the path, now we use like the API users, but this time we will use the products controller. So API product, and then product by ID. So it's ID, and we need to put cart items, because inside the cart items, there are all the cart item IDs. This ID and this ID. So we put all of the cart IDs in here, and then the type will be array. Because last time, when we get the product information, but at the time we just used only one cart ID, so we did like type and then single. But this time it can be more than just the one ID inside this cart item parameter, so we need to change this single into array. We go to product controller to make this API. So go to product routes. In here, you can see this one, products by ID, and then in here types and array. So now it's time to do something inside in here, so that we didn't do in the last time. So first what we need to do is, the last time we just used a single ID, so we put this one inside in here to get single ID's product information. But now we couldn't just get single ID like this, so we make one variable in here, IDs, and then request and query and ID and split, and we will split by this one, because you see if we have more than one IDs, it will be separated by this comma. So we will do like this, and inside the product IDs in here change this one as an empty array, and inside this empty array we put all of the IDs in here. So product IDs, and then IDs and map and item, just return item, and then we put this product ID in here. So that's all we need to change for this API. So like this, so next thing we need to do is that we need to go back to our user action. So there are more things we need to do. So by doing something in here, we will put that information inside the a Redux store in here, just to make one more field named the cart detail. So we didn't have this cart detail before, but by using this cart detail, we will just populate all of this information in here. Inside this the cart field, we only have three data, just ID, quantity, and date. So we cannot just populate this one just with the data. So that's why we need to make this cart detail, and then we put all of the data in here inside the cart data. But as I said before, not only by this product collection, we also need to use the user collection, because even though we have a lot of product information in here, but in here we don't have this quantity information. So now it's time to make this cart detail part in here. So make cart detail inside Redux store. So in here, so we need to add quantity data to product information that come from product collection. So we got this product information from this one, this API, and then this one send this product information. So we get that in here inside this response. So first we are going to just delete this part, and in here inside this user car, and then for each, and inside this user car we have this user cart information, this one and this one, and cart item, so response and data, and for each product detail. So response data, this one that comes from here. So all of the product information that comes from the product collection. So product detail and index. So if cart item is an ID, cart item from in here, and this one is the same as the product detail dot ID. So response and data and I, so for the index, and the quantity is the cart item and quantity. This one comes from the here. Inside this cart field, we have this quantity information. So that the data that comes from the product collection in here, we put this quantity information inside of the response data. So putting the data in here, so we return response data. We also need to put this curly brace in here and here. Okay. So this response data that even has this quantity ID for the product information, we put this response data inside the user reducer. And we are inside the user reducer. First, we actually need to change this one. This one is not the add to cart user. So this one type name will be get cart items and user, and put this one in here. And first we need to go to types, and here export const get cart items and get cart items user, and user reducer case is get cart items return in here. And inside the cart item in here, we need to make this cart detail. So just we need to spread or the initial state in here, and then we need to put a cart detail that comes from the action and payload, which is this this one, response data that goes to in here. So we save it and we go to our application in here. So now I'm going to just turn on our Redux extension and go to state, user state, and in here. So now we don't even have the cart field. There is a reason why we couldn't get these two informations, even though it feels like we did everything for them. So if we come in here, we go to user allows in here, and if we come to this us, so what this does is whenever we change the page or whenever we request the H method, it always goes through this one. This is for the authentication. But in here, there are all of the information about the name or email or server or image. So after going through this one, we put all of the information inside the Redux in here. Is admin, is us, or email or name like this. We put all of the information in here by using this one. But we didn't put this cart information and then history information in here. So we need to put the cart information in here, cart, and then history for later purpose, and request and user history. Even though we have this cart inside the user's model in here, we put this one in the last section, cart and history, but we didn't have these two things in here. That's why we couldn't get any of these information inside the Redux store in here. So first I'm going to save it after changing these two one, and then go back to our application, and then just a refresh page, and we turn on this one. So now we can have this cart information in here, but we still don't have this cart detail information. It's like this one, cart detail information. So we need this cart detail information so we can populate them in here. Okay, I found the reason. There was inside in here, we actually needed to put this props user and user data. So put this one, and then you go back to our application and refresh the page, and then go to see this one state, and now we can have this cart detail information in here. So we already faced this problem last time. So if we don't have this one, only when we have this props and user data, we will trigger this part. But if we only trigger this one when this dorm is loaded, we don't have this props user data. So that's why we need to put this one in here. So not only just this DOM is loaded, but also after that one, if we have this user data, we can trigger this one. So that's why by triggering this dispatch, we can have the user cart detail information. So these are all the things we wanted to do for this section. Thank you for watching this long video, and see you in our next section. Thank you. Hello my friends, so we need to keep making this cart page, or we will make a template for cart page. Just this all of the template, and after that we will populate the fetch data in the browser. So last time we already brought over the information for this data, like image and quantity and the price. So we can just populate them in here. After that, we will calculate total amount of products price inside the cart. So in here, so now we have two items. The one is the $400 and then $300, so it becomes $700. But if I remove this one, it becomes just $300. If I just remove this one too, I like this. So we also need to calculate this total amount of product price inside the cart. So we also need to make the remove from the cart feature. This is what we need to do in this video. So first, we will make a template for cart page. So go to our text editor in here. So now first, I want to turn on my application npm run dev. So we are inside our application. So first, we need to make the template like this. So go back to text editor and cart page. So from in here, so save it and then come back to our application like this. So for this one, just we are going to make the component for just this part. So component name will be this user part block. So but we don't have this one. So first import this one from inside the cart page. We will make the name folder name sections, and then inside the sections folder user cart block JS RFCE user cart block in here. So sections and user cart blocks, And so now save it, come back to our application. So you can see user card block in here. So by going to user card block, so save it, come back to our application again. So you can see like this. And when we don't have any items in here,
So save it.
and then go back to our application here. You can see everything in here is so messy right now because we didn't give any condition for this one and this one. So we will give the condition later. So first, we need to populate the fetched data in the browser. So we get all of the data inside the Redux in here. First, we need to log in to get this one. Log in here, okay, and then go to cart page. And if we see our Redux store, so we don't have any the product inside the cart, so we need to put some other product inside the cart. One cart and two carts will come in here. And then see this cart detail, just two products inside the cart detail, and even in this cart, so we have two products. So with these two products cart details, so I'm going to populate these two data in template. So inside is the component. So this component, so we put the products information as a props, user and cart detail. This one will be props, user and cart detail. So in here, this cart detail inside in here, and then go to user cart block in here. We need to have the key body, but we will make the helper method in here, render items, make that one in here, const like this. So props and products. When we have that products, so props and products, and we will map over the one and product tr. So now we save it, come back to our application. So now we can see the data is populated in the browser now, but we don't have this image in here. but inside this image, but we cannot just do like this HTTP like localhost 5000 and product image. We cannot just do like this because inside the product image does not we have more than one images, not just one image. If we only have one image in here, we can do like that, but we have more than one image. So if we have inside the array, we have a hello.png and the hi.png like this. We only use this the first image and then put it in here. So to do that, first we are going to move this one there. So render cart image, and we need to put the product and images. So we want to just render first image for this image. So images, if images and length is more than 0, let image and images the first index one, this one, and return this one like this. This one has to be this one. So this one. So now I'm going to save it, go back to our application again. Still we couldn't see this one. Location, I'm sorry about that. This needs to be 5000 instead of 500. So now we can see the image in here. So now we finished this step 2. So we need to do the step 3, calculate total amount of product price inside the cart. So come back to our cart page in here. So now we have this the price information that come from this the cart detail. So inside in here we have price information. So by doing this one, so we can have this cart detail information inside the Redux. So we can just do something after this one, but we can also do like this, use effect, and then so we make one more the condition for here. So we have two ways. You can just keep going from here, and you can also start from here again for the calculate the total amount of price. So end user cart detail and props and user cart detail and length is higher than 1. So we will make some function for the calculate total number of this price, but we make the function in here, name will be the calculate total like this, and select total comes start from $0, and we need to put that one in here, and inside in here we will put this all of the card detail information. This one card detail, so all of the card detail information in here. So in here card detail, so by using this one card detail and map over card detail and item and total plus, so parse into, because this will be the number, so item the price. So this one we will plus all of this price and this price, so plus all of the price in here. So and we also need to multiply this quantity in here. So item quantity, so we put this total after making the state, so user state, and then total, so initial state will be 0, So we need to get this one from React. So set total in here. So this total, and we need to put this total inside the template in here. So save it and come back to our application, refresh the page. Okay, maybe this one, this one. We need to put this one again, so we can trigger this one. So refresh the page. So now we can see this is $700 by plus this one and this one. So before keep doing for this one, first I'm just going to pause the video because it's gonna be too long. So if the video is too long, it will be really boring and it's hard to watch. So I'm going to pause right now, and then I will come back in here later for the remove from the cart feature. So thank you for watching this video, and have a nice day. Thank you. Hello, my friend. In our last sections, we made this template and this calculate feature. So it's time to make this remove feature. So first we go back to our text editor. First, I'm going to make the function for the remove from cart like this, but we need to put this function inside the user cart block as a props. Name will be remove item. So put in here and go inside user cart block. Because this one is a user cart block, so we need to make this on click. So on click props and find that this one remove item. So remove item. And in here we will put the product, the ID. We need to have this product ID, so when we click this one, we can just delete this product by using this product ID. So we put the product and ID. So now we go back to the cart page, so which is the parent component. So we need to keep doing in here. We got the product ID that come from here. Product ID. So originally we need to Axios, but we are keep using the Redux in here. So when we need to just remove button, we actually need to delete this one in here and in here. So we will keep using the Redux in here. So dispatch and remove cart item, and we will put this product ID in here. After that we will do then, but first we make this one. This way also comes from the user action. So we go to user action first. Copy this one and paste it in here, and we change the function name into remove cart item, and we got the product ID as a parameters. This will be the users, and this one will be remove from cart. ID will be this one, ID, and we don't need this part, so delete it. Delete all of this part. So first we need to make this API inside the user's controller. So first go to users browse and go to the bottom, and then the API from the scratch router, and it was the get HTTP method, and pass is remove from cart, and we will put the us middleware, and then pass in the callback and request and REST, and in here. So we are inside just a database for the user collection. So in here, if we click this remove button, we need to just delete this one inside the user collection. So bring the user model and find one and update. So we will find this one with the ID. We will find this one with this user ID. So request and user and ID. But to just delete this one, we will use the pull method that comes from the MongoDB. And we need to go one more steps, that cart. And we also need to find this cart with the ID, this one, ID that comes from request query and ID. So because if we go to user action again, we put this ID as a query, so we can get this ID with this request query. So after that, we do the new true. So this change is reflected in here. So we will pass in the callback error and user info. So let cart is a user info and the cart. So we got the user info and this cart. And let array cart. We need to put the comma in here so the error goes away. Cart and map over the cart. So item, return, item, and ID. So we put all of the cart ID, this one and this one, inside this array. And then by using these IDs, so to get the product's information, we need to bring the product model. But do we have product model in here? We don't have, so we need to import the product model. So require models and products here. So we brought the product models in here, then find by ID, but it won't be just the one ID. So we need to put the array in here, so like this, and then populate the writer information. So execute the query and error callback and cart detail. We will get all the cart detail with this product ID. Return response and status and 200 and JSON. So cart detail that comes from in here. And I also want to put this cart data in here because we always need this cart data inside the user data, like this cart data and the cart detail data. So that's why we just send this cart detail data and this cart data too. So we go back to our user actions in here. So we need to do something so we can put all of the data inside the user reducer. We will just get the response and data cart that come from this one cart. So cart data and then for each an item and response and data and cart detail. You know what we are doing right now. So last time the difference between the cart data and the cart detail data is inside the cart data. Actually, there are a lot of information this product, but there is one thing it lacks, which is the quantity. This one. So we are putting this quantity information inside the cart detail data. This is what we are doing. So we are doing for each again and k and I. And so if item and ID is equal to k and ID, so response and data and cart detail and index and quantity is the item of quantity. So we put this response data with this the quantity information and we need to change this type name. This will be the remove cart item user. We just put this one in here, this one inside the types, export const remove cart item and user. We need to put this one inside the user reducer, so put it in here, and case for the remove cart item and return state and cart detail action and payroll and cart detail. This one comes from the user here, the cart and cart detail. So it's cart detail, and then we also need to change the cart. So inside the user data state and user data, and in here cart and action and payroll and cart that comes from here, this cart. So save it, and now go back to our cart page in here. So now I'm trying to just click the remove button, so we will see whether it's gonna work really well or not. Click it. Okay, so we faced some problems. So I'm trying to find what is the problem really quick. This one I made a mistake. This one is not cart item. This one was the cart detail. So change this cart detail, and then I'm going to refresh the page. Click it. Oh, it works really fine. So it's good. So and then refresh it. So nothing here, but so I'm going to just add more items to the cart. So this one and Singapore, add to cart. Okay, go to our here. So now total amount is the 575. So I'm going to remove this one. So remove this one again. Oh, it worked well. But the problem is that even though we don't have any item in here, but the total amount is still 300. So the result wasn't reflected right away. So we need to solve this problem. So to do that, first go back to our cart page. Here, we will give the condition for this one and this total amounts. So whenever we have some the items in here, we will just show this one, and after just successfully pay for the product, we need to see this one. And when we don't have any items in here, we need to show this part, no items in the cart. So we need to give some condition for this kind of situation. First, we are going to make some the state, user state. So show total, and initial state is the force, and user state show success force. So show total, show total. So after to calculate the total, we need to show total true, and then we need to just put the show success in here. Show success, so we will put the result, this one in here. So after making the payment with the PayPal, we will do this one later. Okay, we can just put this one like this. So if it's not show success first, so we always just put this one. But we give one more condition, show total is the we can just put this one in here. So when we have show total is true, we just show this part, show total, but we don't have a show total. We will just show this one, result one, for this no item in the cart. But when we have this show success, we will just show this result or if not, we will just show this no item part. So I'm going to save it and come back to our application. So now it become more cleaner. So I'm going to just add to cart, then come back in here. So now we have this item, and if I click this remove button, we can still see this $60 for this one. Now we need to remove that. Doing something in here. So in here, I think that there is some problem in Redux. Maybe it would be my fault. So from here, so I will make one way that I think it would be right. But I already did that, but it doesn't work. So I made some trick to make that function work. So first I'm going to just do the first way that I think it will be right. That is the inside in here after remove cart item with the Redux. So if props and user cart detail length set show total false. If we don't have cart detail inside our Redux, we just did set show total false, so we cannot see that calculated total. But if we still have, we need to calculate total again with this props user calculate cart detail information in here. So I think this has to really work. Just in my mind, this logic is totally right. But if we come back to our application, and then I'm going to add some product into the cart, one product, two product. So we go to our cart. We have two product inside our cart. So I'm going to just remove it and remove it. Still same. Like I don't know why it's like this. But the suspicious part is, I think the Redux is really slow to bring the result. That's why it cannot recognize something has changed, even though if we see the inside in here. So there is no cart detail in here. This cart details length is 0. So it has to set show total false. So it actually needs to remove this part by doing show total false, but it is still here. So it's really weird. So now I will make a trick for that thing to work. So I need to just delete all that part, and I will make the Axios in here. Get Axios API and users. I will make it really fast now. Part info. So and then a response, if response and data and subset, and else alert fail to get cart info. And we need to make this API inside the user. So user routes in here, and router and get and user, okay, user cart info and us and request and response and user model find one ID and request and user and ID error and user info let cart user info and cart and let array cart map and item return item ID and here product and find ID and in array and populate hider and execute error cart detail if error return response status 400 send error return response status JSON success true cart detail and cart. And then we go back to our front end in here. So if response and data and cart detail and length is this one, and set show total false if not response data card detail. This. So now we go back to our application, and I'm going to add more items inside the cart. So we are inside the cart, so I'm going to remove it. So now it really works. Honestly, I hope it works without this one, but maybe I think the sometimes Redux is really slow to fetch the data, so that's why I think it happened like this. But anyway, just we made it. So thank you for watching this long video again, and have a nice day, and see you in our next section. Thank you. Hello, my friend. Today we are going to pay for the products with PayPal. So in here, first we add this product into the cart, and then we go to our cart page, and by clicking this PayPal for pay for this product. So now if we click this pay now, we successfully purchase the item with the PayPal. This is what we are going to do in this section. So to do that, first we need to sign up the PayPal by going to this website. After that, we need to create the test ID for PayPal. So first, we need to sign up for the PayPal. After that, we need to create the test ID, and then we need to make a transaction success function that comes from the PayPal. Before doing it, we actually need to make the payment collection. So inside the payment collections, there is a user field and data field and product field. So if we see this payment collection, so there is a user part, so who pay for that product, and then data field. Inside the data field, there are a lot of the information that comes from the PayPal, like a payer ID and payment ID, like this kind of information. And lastly, we also have the product field that has the product's information in here. So after being successful for payment, what we need to do is we need to empty the cart. So come in here. So after successfully purchase the item, we just empty the cart, and then we need to save the payment information like this. And we also need to save the information in the user collection like this. This one is the user collection. So we also need to put the brief information about our payment inside in here. So we will save the information in two parts. One is inside the payment collection, and the other one is inside the user collection. But this is for the brief information. So first we will go to the PayPal website to sign up the PayPal. So click this one. So inside in here, if you come in here, we click this login to dashboard. So first you need to sign up in here, but this process will be really straightforward, but I will skip that process, and I'm going to log in with the ID I signed up. So inside in here, the first thing we need to do is, as I said in here, create a test ID for PayPal. So we can just click this create account, and then it will be the personal. So click it. I already made the account for the sandbox. After that, we also need to set the password for this one. So click the view and edit account in here. So you need to click this change password, and then you can just change the password. So and then you need to remember the password you set just before for this account. So now we need to make the transaction success function But first we will make this payment collection. So we go back to our text editor. So first go to server and then models, and inside in here I make the file name payment.js. Inside in here we will just copy this one from the products and paste it in here. So we will this one has to be the JS instead of just J. So and then we just delete the field only belong to the product schema. So this one is the payment schema, so change the name payment schema payment. So I need to fill the fields for the payment schema. First one was user, so user type will be array, and then default is the empty array. The next one is the data, and type is array default, and then product type is the array again, and this one's default is also empty array. So that's it for the payment model. The next one is the make the transaction success functions. But on second thought, I think we need to make a PayPal button first. So which is this PayPal button. So to make this PayPal button, we need to download this React PayPal Express Checkout dependency. So this one is in here, like React PayPal Express Checkout. So first we are going to download this dependency by going to our text editor. So we are going to make a button in here inside the cart page. Just a PayPal button. We will make one component for the PayPal. So inside the utils, and we will make the file name paypal.js. Inside in here, rfce for functional component, and we will go to the client, and then we will download that dependency, this one, npm install react PayPal Express and check out and save. And then from here, first I want to go to PayPal, the npm page in here. So we will just get this full example from here. Just bring everything in here, and then I am going to just paste it in here. So I need to change this name into PayPal. So we need to change many parts in here. But first, we are going to import this component inside the cart page. So in here, import PayPal, and from utils and PayPal, and put this one inside the PayPal button in here, like this, and then save it, and then we will turn on our application. First, go back to our root directory, npm run dev, to run our application. So now we are inside our application. You can see this PayPal button. So now we need to control this PayPal button. So come back to our text editor again in here. So first we go back to our PayPal component in here. If we just pay for this product with this PayPal, so all of the information coming in here, you can have all history about the payment inside these variables. And then if you just cancel it while doing payment for this one, if you just cancel it, you will get all of the information inside in data. If there was some errors during the payment, it will print out all of the information why that error happened. So in here, so this one is the environment, but we are using the test mode for the PayPal, so that's why we are writing the sandbox. But if we really want to use this PayPal, so we will change this one into production. So we will just set the currency as a USD, and then the total will be the total amount of money. So we cannot just do hard coding for this one, because every time we buy some product, the amount of the price we will pay for will be different. So we will change this one later. So in here, we just made our test ID inside a PayPal website. So we need to get some information there and then put it in here. So we are only gonna use the sandbox right now. So we will just bring the sandbox app ID. So that is all we need to do inside in here. So after that, we actually don't want to use this style because this style is kind of old. So to change the styling, I want to separate the lines so we can see it more easily. And then we make the style here, and then size will be large, and then color will be blue, and then shape will be the left, and the level will be checkout. So we will go back to our application. So now we have a better styling the PayPal button, and I want to bring this sandbox app ID. So go back to our PayPal website. So now we come back to our sandbox, the PayPal website. So the first thing we need to do is we come inside My App and Credential inside the dashboard tab. So first we need to click this Create App, and you will write the app name. Just I will write the shop app, and I will just choose this one, the sandbox business account, and click the create app. So now I got the client ID in here, so copy this client ID and come back to our text editor, and inside in the sandbox I'm going to paste it here like this. So now I'm going to save it, and I will go back to my application. So now I try to really do it by clicking this PayPal button now, and so in here we need to use the ID we just created before. Before in here, sandbox test account. So I made this account. So we need to use this account to log in here. I'm going to use this one and then log in. So now click the pay now. So if we see the console, so payment was succeeded in here. This one comes from here because we already print out this console payment and the data. So this one is the payment history we just did, the paid through and payer ID, this one, and payment ID and token, and like this. And when we just cancel, so without doing anything, so we also got this cancel information. So we are going to use this unsuccess and uncancel, but we need to handle this kind of the function from this cart page, because we brought this component in here. So we need to give some props for this PayPal component. So we are going to give 4 props. So it's the one prop for this one prop for uncancel, and the other props for the unerror. The last props for the price, this one, total price. So inside in here, I'm going to make the 4 props. First one will be to pay, and then we will put the total price from the state total. So by using this to pay, we just go to the PayPal component. We will change this one with the props, and to pay. And the another props for the unsuccess. So we will make the name transaction success. So we need to make that function in here. So after being successful for this payment, so we will do the empty.card and save the payment information inside the payment collection and user collection. So that's what we need to do in here. So we need to do a lot of things in here. So if I put the props in here, that will be transaction error, transaction error. I need to make this function in here first. Just simply we will say the PayPal error, and lastly transaction cancel. Just simply we just print out transaction cancel. So we put this function in here as a prop name transaction cancel. We need to put this prop inside this PayPal component. First inside the unsuccess, this prop and unsuccess payment. Unsuccess comes from here. And with these two, transaction error and cancel, just you can do something in here as you want, but I'm not going to keep doing it because it's already enough, I guess. And the last thing we need to do is to make this transaction success function. So first, I will use the Axios, and then I will do post request. The name, the path for this API will be API users and success by, and we need to put the variable in here. Just let variables, and then I want to put the cart detail in here, in user cart detail. And I also want to put the payment data. This will be the just data that comes from this here. So you see so many information we got. This one. We will put all of the information just in here like this, inside the payment data. So we put this variable in here, and then the response, or if response data success, we will do something else, we will do something alert fail to buy it. So now we need to go to the users. This one is the props. Okay. Props user card detail. So first we need to make this API inside the user controller. So go to users route. In here, success by, and this was the post request. So but from here, I think it will be kind of long video. So first I will pause the video and then I will come back again. So thank you for watching this video, and see you in our next video. Thank you. So now it's time to keep making this success by API. So we go to our users controller. So in here, router and get, and there's success by for this API path. and then us middleware, and then request and response. And first, if we see this one, we need to just save the payment information first inside the user collection, just a brief information like price and quantities and payment ID or the name like this. Put a brief payment information inside the user collection. So to do that, we first set some variable named history. This will be the array, and the let transaction data. So this one. And secondly, we will just put the payment transaction information that comes from the PayPal. So this information inside this one. So we need to put this information inside the payment collection. So secondly, put payment information that comes from the PayPal into the payment collection. So there, the last things we need to do is, if we just buy this product, if we come in here, there is the information about the sold. So how many these products was sold before. After someone bought this product, we need to increase this number. So increase the amount of number for the sold information. So it's kind of a lot of things we need to do inside the success by API. If I start it from here, first I will bring all of the cart detail information. So for each item, so history, this one, inside the history array, we will push all the information. So date of purchase, date now, and name will be item, and title, and ID will be item, ID, and price will be item, the price, and quantity will be item and quantity, and payment ID will be request and body, and payment data and payment ID. So we put all of the history information inside this history array, and then we need to put all of the payment information that come from the PayPal. So first we bring this transaction object, put it in here, and we will user. So now we are making the information in here like this one. Inside the payment collection, we will put this user field and data field and production. So user, this one, so transaction user. So we will also do transaction and data, because you can see data here, and we will also need to do the product. So transaction and product like this. We put all of the information here. We need to put all of the information here by doing like this. So first, for the user ID, because we have ID in here, ID, name, email, request user ID and name, request the user name, last name, the request the user and last name, and the email will be request and user and email. And for the data, request the body and payment data, and for the product we just put this history in here. So this history, this one. So first we need to put this history information inside the user collection. So we will bring the user model and find one and update, and we find that user by ID, request the user and ID, and then we will push the information, the history. So here, this one, inside the history field, we will put that information, this history array information, inside this history field. So put this history array inside in here. And there's one more thing we need to do is the set the cart will be empty, because we say we need to empty the cart, so that's why we need to do like this. And then we will just new true, so an error, passing error and user callback, and then if error, and return risk and JSON success false and error. And now it's time to put this transaction data inside a payment collection. So here we need to bring the payment model, and inside the payment model, but I need to see we have payment model, we don't have. So payment require models and payment. Let's go scroll down in here. So we need to keep going. So we put the transaction data in here, and then we will make the instance, name the payment, and then payment and save inside the MongoDB. And then we will pass in the callback function, if error, return risk and JSON success false and error. If it was successful, now it's time to this one, increase the amount of number for the sold information. So first we need to know how many products were sold in this transaction for each product. So first let products in here, and then docs information is this one. Inside in here we can see the quantity for this product. So we will put, so we need to get this product's ID and this quantity. So docs and product, and for each item products, inside in this empty array, push put this ID, this one, item ID and quantity, and item, this we put also this quantity, item and quantity. So now the inside a product model, so you can see this sort field. So we need to increase this sort field, but we don't know how many items we bought. But if we bought 2 items, first item, the quantity is 2, and the second item and the quantity is 3. So we need to increase 2 quantity for first item, and then 3 quantity for second item. So how do we need to do that for this one. If this one is just only one item without this second item, we can just easily update just this one item by doing like the product and then find one and update, and then find by ID and then update by ink like that, and then increase this sort field. But now the situation is not like this. It has the more than one items in here, so we cannot use that way. So in this situation, what we can do is, so we need to use this one, each series. So to use this one, so we need to download this async dependency by typing npm I async. So come back to our text editor in here. First, turn off our application and type npm install async and save. So now we downloaded that async dependency. So we imported here const async and require async, and then bring this async in here and each series, and we put this products in here and item and callback and products model and update ID item ID and increment and sold. This one sold field, the item, the quantity. So we increase this quantity 2 or 3 in here. This one comes from this product. So this quantity and new force and callback, and then error response JSON and success false, error response and status and 200 and JSON, and put the success true finally, and then we will send the cart data user the cart, and then cart detail will be just empty array. So this is for this success by API. It was really hard and long. So now we go back to our front end for this success by. Come in here. So after being successful for this success by API, so we need to do something. First, the set show success true, and set show total false, and we will do dispatch and on success by, and we put that cart information response data cart and cart detail response data and cart detail, and we make this one inside the user action like this, and we need to make this one inside the user action, and scroll down in here, export and function success by and data return type on success by user, and payload is a data, and we need to just put the types in here and then make that type inside the types, export const on success by user and then user reducer. You put the type in here, and case for this type we just made, return state user data, state user data, and cart action and payload and cart detail and action and payload and cart detail, like this, and save it. And then the last thing we need to do is inside the cart page we want to show this PayPal button when the show total is true. So like this, the show total true, we just show this PayPal button. So this is all for the cart page right now. So we go back to our application. So we will test it. First I need to turn our application again. npm run that. Okay. In here we need to delete this one. So I have one more errors. So cannot override product model once compile. Okay. Payment in here. Okay. I need to change this one. Okay, all errors has gone right now. So go back to our application. So I'm going to just buy this travel product, login, and then pay now. But it was not disappears after being successful. So maybe I didn't do something. Okay, so I found the problem. So it was the post request, but I got it as a get request. That was the problem. I'm going to do it again. So refresh the page and click the PayPal button. Thankfully it was successful. So thank you for watching this long video again. I think next video will be the last one. So see you in our next section. Thank you. Hello my friends. Finally, this is the last video for this shopping mall clone. So lastly, what we are going to do is to make this history page. After we do some payment for the products, the products payment history will come in here, so we can see which product we bought and how many things we bought for that. We can know that. So to make this page, so first we need to make an empty history page, and then make a route for history page, and then fetch the history data from the database, and then populate the fetched data in the browser. So first we go back to our text editor in here. We go to the views folder, and inside the views folder we make the folder named history page, and inside the history page we will make the file name history page.js rfce, and put this one in here, and we will make a route for the history page. Go to app.js and copy this one and paste it, and import history page from the views and history page, and put this history page in here. So only the logged in user can go inside this history pages. So we put this one as a true, and the path for this page will be just a history. So now we finished making this all route, and we will fetch the history data. Go back to the history page in here. But actually we also need to make the tab for like this tab, history tab. So first we just copied this one and in here like this. So history, and even for the past, the history and history, and then come back to our history page again. So to fetch the history data, use the effect axios and get API users and get history, and then response if response and data and success and else and alert failed to get history. So put this use effect in here, and we will make this API inside the users loader, get history users loader and get, and pass will be get history. We will put the us middleware and then callback request and response and user model and find one and ID and request and user and ID error and top. Put the history variable in here, and this will be doc in history. So if error, return response and status 400 and send an error, return a response and status 400 and JSON success true and history. So we send this history information into our front end history page. So in here we need to make the state, user state, the history, and then initial state will be the empty array. Set history in here, and response and data, and this history put in here. So we have this history in here. So now we need to make this template for this history page. So I will make the template really quick. So now we put this history in here, map item tr. So now we did everything for this history page. So we will just run our application, npm run dev. We couldn't get it right now in here. Maybe we did some wrong. Okay. This one has to be 200 instead of the 400. Okay. Come back in here and refresh it. So we successfully brought all of the history we purchased before. So yeah, we did everything really well. Mistakenly, I didn't do one thing, so that's why I came back here to fix that problem. So that is the in here. If you see this one, so we just hard coded this one. If we come back to our text editor, so inside this right menu file, so if I change this one into 2, so this one becomes 2 right now. So I just need to just hard code it this one for this number, but what we want is whenever we just click this add to cart button, we want to increase this number by 1. So we need to change some code in here to make that happen. So first, user data, and so if we have user and user data, and user data, and cart and length. So this is all we needed to do to change that number. So refresh the page. So we cannot see any number in here because if we come to this page, we didn't have any product inside this cart. So we are going to just click this one, add to cart. So it becomes 1. So if we go to the different product in here, if we click this add to cart, it becomes 2. So thank you for watching all of the really long videos. I hope you really like the projects I am making right now. So just any question, just can just leave the comment below. And really thank you for watching all of the videos, and see you in our next project. Thank you.